Platform, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Mario.
Speaker this, can you hear me?
Audible, sir.
Thank you.
GHC. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Madam Speaker,
There'll now be a moment of silent prayer and meditation. May we be seated? Honorable members, this first item on the order paper is member statements. Order, can we please take our seats? Thank you. The first item on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement? Honorable member?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As the nation awoke last Friday, we learned with sadness of the passing of former minister and activist, Comrade Praveen Gordhan, fondly known as PG. Comrade PG began his activism at a young age, fighting the brutal apartheid regime in Natal. He was critical in the underground movement and played a vital role in forming the UDF. Later, he served as a chair of the multi-party negotiations in CODESA and would be elected as an MP since 1994. As SARS Commissioner, he transformed the Revenue Service into a world-class entity and continued to transform government as a minister. Comrade PG lived his life striving for the realization of a democratic, non-racial, non-sexist society. And even to his dying day, Comrade PG fought for the renewal of the ANC and the cleanup of government. We look up to his bravery and courage in the face of corruption and the infamous state capture scandal. We will continue the struggle for a better life for the masses of our people. Consider the baton passed on. We, the younger generation, have learned from your staunch courage in the face of extreme violence and opposition. We will work to the very end to remove corrupt, greedy, and self-serving officials from public office, as contained in your last letter and message to us. We are resolute. We will not betray your courage and your sacrifice, and we are not afraid to fight for and defend that non-racial, non-sexist, free, and democratic society.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The
Please
Democratic
send our
Alliance,
greetings to our fallen heroes. Hambagatle
the
Mkhonto.
DA.
Hambagatle, Comrade PG.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On Saturday, I spent the morning meeting residents in my.
Order,
constituency.
Honorable Member. Let's allow the member to make his statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On Saturday, I spent the morning meeting residents in my constituency in Dobsonville, Soweto. The issue that came up most frequently was the years of neglect by Eskom over electricity supply to thousands of homes in the neighborhood. Some 17 years ago, Eskom contractors removed the postpaid meters from these houses, explaining Eskom's policy of replacing them with prepaid meters. But I was shown numerous meter boxes with no meters at all, just a cable from the Eskom supply to the house. No meters, no payment for electricity consumed. I was also told about a transformer explosion in neighboring Zola several months ago, which resulted in loss of electricity supply to these households. Even after it was mended, illegal connections overloaded the system, and still there is no power. I met a young man who had set up a hair salon in his yard to earn money for his family. With the power going down, he had to close his business because he couldn't operate the cutters and blowers. A budding entrepreneur had his dreams dashed. It is no wonder these residents view Eskom's intention to increase prices by 40% with cynicism and anger. When their electricity supply is eventually restored and the prepaid meters are installed, they won't be able to afford to buy any of it. Solving the problem of illegal connections compounded by unaffordable price increases must be a priority for our government of national unity as it seeks to find long-term solutions to problems experienced daily by our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, MK Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The MK Party reminds this House that around March 2018, this House voted to amend Section 25 of the Constitution for the land expropriation without compensation. By December 4, 2018, National Assembly, reflecting on the overwhelming public support, endorsed the proposed amendment. However, the drafters of the 18th Amendment Bill substituted the phrase "without compensation" with a contrary phrase, a shenanigan called "nil compensation." At face value, and to those who don't pay attention to detail, nil compensation versus without compensation may appear like a semantic issue, yet in substance, there's a fundamental difference. This is an absurd betrayal of the people's mandate. This trickery failed to pass due to lack of votes, leaving the landless majority abandoned. Progressive forces rejected it. And out of sheer coincidence, but for a totally different and selfish reason, the reactionary forces also rejected it. The MK party, the last hope of the poor, vulnerable, and landless people of South Africa, seeks to use this opportunity to place on record that in the next term, a clear proposal to resuscitate the people's will.
Thank you,
to
Honorable
amend
Member.
Section 25
Your time is
will
up.
be
The ANC.
submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. One of the significant resolutions that the ANC has adopted was towards the green energy and to develop South Africa's capacity to participate in global green energy value chain. Giving impetus to this is the recent announcement of the deal between South Africa and the European Union. A deal that is worth 628 million rand to support the country's green hydrogen agenda. The European Union grant will be delivered in 2 tranches. A first 490 million rand European Union grant is expected to leverage 10 billion rand in private and public sector finance across the hydrogen value chain, covering the production, transportation, storage, and downstream industries. A second European Union grant of 138 million rand to assist Transnet in its turnaround strategy is expected to leverage additional funding for the green transformation of its core operational areas, including ports, rail, pipeline, engineering, and related facilities. The main objective is to increase investments in green hydrogen infrastructure and contribute to reducing global greenhouse emissions, notably in sectors where it is particularly challenging, and also promoting local development and growth, economic growth by creating jobs, providing water treatment, and increasing access to green energy. We welcome the partnership as it aims to accelerate the green transition, drive sustainable
Honorable
development, and
Member, your
create new
time is
economic
up.
opportunities. Thank you.
EFF.
Honorable Speaker.
Motsamaisi wa mosebetsi. Re maswabi nko ho feta molomo. Ho hlalosa hore masepaleng wa Mangaung ditshebeletso tsa bophelo bo botle di putlame. Tleliniki tse lokelang ho sebetsa hora tse 24 tse ka reng Dr. Petro, Daniel Ngatane, Heri Kwala, Lebohang, Bayswater, Batho, Pelindaba multipurpose. Ha di sebetse ka nako e di tshwanetseng ho sebetsa ka yona. Mme hona ho mpefaditse le maemo a bakudi ditleliniking tsena. Agbare voorsitter. Ter eer van vechter Tony Marijn, a voormalige lid van hierdie nasionale vergadering en 'n bankbreker en die pas aangeheer teen 'n demise korrupsie, misdaad, verkwistende en swak diensaflewering. Tony het altyd opgestaan teen wanadministrasie en wanbestuur en gewerk vir behoorlike diensaflewer, soos om hoelstottering, roemelstroooi en slaggate aan te spreek wat oral in die munisipaliteit van Mangaung epidemie en toespoedig geword het. Teen einde hierdie situasie te probeer besweer, het ons die PLENARY Hospitaal op die 9de September hierdie jaar saam met commissaris Polita Maree besoek. Commissaris Maree is die weduwee van Vegter Maree en sy het saam met ons in hierdie nasionaal vergadering bywoon. Teen opsigte ons besoek het ons egte nagmerries en
Honorable
vrese
Member, your
bevestiging
time is up.
die toestande in
IFP.
die kraamsaal gekry. Ons sê ons word vinnig optree om die
Honorable
situasie
Member,
reg te kry
You
in die
are 10
PLENARY
seconds beyond your
hospitaal.
time.
Baie
Thank
dankie,
you,
voorsitter.
IFP.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, as we continue observing Public Service Month, we are reminding of the vital role a professionally people-centered public services play in advancing South Africa progress. Therefore, the non-professionalization of government institutions has become a critical concern. Public servants are often entrusted with ensuring effective services delivery and improving the lives of citizens. However, the growing lack of professionalization has undermined this effort, manifesting in several detrimental ways. Issues such as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, poor execution of projects, and non-meritocratic appointment have merited the public services, leading to inefficiency and corruptions, nepotism, and recruitment of unqualified individuals further weaken the public sector's capacity to meet its objectives. The Honorable Honorable Speaker, efficient services delivery is at the heart of the IFP values, where the focus always remains on serving the needs of our community with empathy and professionalism. Professionalizing the public service is crucial if we want to restore public trust and ensure the government institution function optimally. These include a merit-based recruitment process, ongoing skill
Thank you,
development.
Honorable
and stringent
Member. Your
accountability.
time is up. The ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the 22nd of August 2024 marked the 130th anniversary of forming the Natal Indian Congress. The African National Congress would like to pay tribute to the historic contribution of the Natal Indian Congress to our freedom and struggle and their contribution over several epochs, such as the Satyagraha campaign, which produced martyrs such as Valyama, who was imprisoned at the tender age of 16 and who died a few days after her release in 1914, the Passive Resistance Campaign of 1946, the Three Doctors Pact of Kuma, Dadu, and Naika, the Defiance Campaign, and the adoption of the Freedom Charter. Speaker, the Natal Indian Congress had inspired many people over the years and was at the forefront of fighting for the poor and the marginalized across all racial divides. Leaders of members of the Natal Indian Congress were banned, they were jailed, and even killed in the broader struggle for freedom. The organization was prominent in the establishment of the United Democratic Front in the mid-1980s. Speaker, we call for the reviving of the Congress Alliance values, including the value of ethical leadership, non-racialism, equality, selfless service, and economic justice. The ANC congratulates the NIC 130 Organizing Committee for appropriately observing the 130th anniversary at the Sastry College Durban event on 8 September 2024. The anniversary not only celebrated the historical achievements of the Natal Indian Congress, but also served as a powerful reminder of the work that remains to be done. I thank you.
Thank you, Bosa.
Honorable Speaker, it was of great concern to read about President Ramaphosa falling victim to the private lobbying of small interest groups before signing the Bela Bill into law last Friday. Separatist organizations, AfriForum and Solidarity, have used their proximity to the parties within the GNU to force the president's hand in delaying two crucial articles in the bill, these being language policy and admission policy. Two aspects of the bill that are actually designed to promote inclusion and diversity in places of learning. The truth is that there are two education systems in South Africa, one for the rich and one for everybody else. A dual education system is the dream of the apartheid regime, and it's our job to build one education system that serves all 24,000 learners, regardless of language or background. Those who want to maintain separate development should not be able to pick up a phone to the president at the 11th hour and circumvent the entire public participation and lawmaking process. And so Bosa denounces any private lobbying. If there is a good faith need for review of sections of the bill, then it must be returned to Parliament to consider, as this is the appropriate constitutional process. Thank you.
Thank you. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The DA in Ekurhuleni is deeply concerned about the ongoing energy and water crises, particularly in the Germiston constituency. The city's electricity and water department is failing, with days of outages and no commitment from the mayor to resolve this crisis. Crippling staff shortages and an inadequate maintenance budget are driving the Metro standby teams lack vehicles and there's no funding for essential repairs. Since the establishment of the Metro, the staff structure is depleted, now operating at less than 70% shortage while the city's demands have grown. Residents pushed to breaking point are threatening raid boycotts. Last week, the mayor called a public meeting in Germiston Ward 39 and failed to attend, leaving the community frustrated. Tempers flaring, leading to physical altercations and public representative safety put at risk. This is unacceptable. Furthermore, nurses' proposed 40% tariff hike is an unjust burden on citizens already paying the price for years of fraud, corruption, and mismanagement. An urgent consequence management system must be established to hold the mayor, the city manager, as well as the HOD of energy accountable. The mayor must be held responsible for endangering safety of both residents and councillors. I urge immediate action to ensure accountability and respect to the community. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, UDM.
Thank you, Speaker. The state of public health care in our country is in a very distressing condition. This has been shown by the recent experience which was brought to light by the radio broadcaster Tom London, who was a patient at Helen Joseph Hospital in Gauteng. His video, which he posted on social media, exposed the bad state of our hospitals, showing dysfunctional medical equipment, ailing infrastructure, and so on. The recent incident is not isolated, however, but rather typical of many of such ailings of the public healthcare facilities in our country. Reports by the Office of Health Standards Compliance over the past few years are worrisome and paint a horrific picture of most public hospitals in South Africa not meeting basic norms and standards that are crucial to ensure that healthcare facilities provide safe, effective, and quality care to patients. The negligence has been evident in many instances and also reminds us of Shonisani Letole, a COVID-19 patient who passed away at the Tembisa Hospital after sending a tweet to the then Health Minister, Zweli Mkhize, pleading for food, as he had not been given food for 48 hours at the hospital. His death was confirmed to have been avoidable and preventable by experts. We are of the view that to address this critical issue and some of the challenges facing the department, the UDM proposes that there should be an increased budget allocation to curb current challenges. There has to be continuous development, workforce, and comprehensive audit of healthcare facilities in our country. Thank you.
ANC.
The ANC welcomes the signing into the law of the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill, which aims to strengthen governance within South Africa's education sector. The bill also seeks to address the challenges that have hindered the education system for years in relation to infrastructure, administration, and misconduct of learners and teachers. 1996 and the Educators Employment Act of 1998. Some of the key amendments include making grade R the new compulsory school starting age, criminalizing parents who do not ensure their children are in school, regulation of home school education, school governing bodies to submit their language policies for approval, and confirms the ban on corporal punishment. There's a common misconception that the bill aims to erode the autonomy of schools governing bodies. This is false. Instead, it harmonizes the SGB's powers with the directives of the relevant provincial head of department. While the SGB is initially and equivocally, it ascertains that certain policies are adaptable, inclusive, and congruent with the constitutional right to basic education. Another misconception to the bill is claiming it as an abortion bill. The bill does not empower teachers or school officials to participate in learners' decisions regarding abortion. The reference to the learner pregnancy in the bill is unrelated to abortion. The focus is on comprehensive sexuality education within the curriculum, seeking to redress the imbalances that exist within our education
Thank you,
system.
Honorable Member. Your time is up. MK Party.
Siyabonga, Mslomo. We don't want to sugarcoat Somlomo.
Yes.
We don't want to sugarcoat this. Mr. Ramaphosa's so-called GNU was about to fire about 50,000 hardworking South Africans and put them on the street. The same Mr. Ramaphosa promised to create jobs, but instead of hiring people, his GNU, so-called, is busy firing people. Our country's unemployment rate is catastrophic and is leading to mass poverty and hardships. Thanks to the decisive intervention of the Progressive Caucus and the relentless fight waged by Mawusa, the union representing the workers, those families have been given a new lease on life. MK Party welcomes COCTA's decision to put on hold the firing of about 50,000 CWP workers. We want to be clear, this is not enough. As MK, we want permanent jobs so that our people will have dignity and escape the spiral of poverty. We are watching any attempts by any so-called GNU minister to fire workers. We will never allow this. This includes the Department of Education, which fired about 2,000 educators in the Western Cape. In conclusion, MK Party sees all South Africans as African, those that are born in Africa. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
EFF.
Enkosi mhlale ngaphambili. Kukho ingxaki yolwabiwo lwezindlu kumasipala wase-AB Xuma eNgcobo. Ngonyaka ka-2010 kwavulwa ithuba lokwakhela abantu izindlu. A total of 1,854 beneficiaries were approved for the project. However, since it's launched, the project has faced numerous delays, a story of broken politics and corruption. What is most concerning is the removal of 759 approved beneficiaries from the beneficiary list. They were removed without their knowledge and no explanation was given. We have visited this project several times to meet with these homeless families and have tried to engage the government at both municipal and provincial level, including the Premier. Unfortunately, they have shown no interest. As if these situations were not complicated enough, we have discovered that more than 1,333 beneficiaries from Eqhibini have been promised the very same houses. This is causing tensions between the two communities. We have not only talking about the right to housing, we are also talking about justice and dignity for the people of Engcobo. We know that the people of Engcobo have submitted a memorandum of demands to the office of the minister, and we call on the minister not only to respond to the memorandum, but to have the decency to visit them as soon as possible.
Your time is up,
and
ANC.
listen to their concerns. Thank you.
ANC regards the prevention of crime as a national priority and believes that transnational crime, with the movement of people and commodities across national borders, poses a significant challenge to law enforcement in the region. The recent cross-border operation between South Africa and Botswana, which has achieved good outcomes in fighting cross-border crimes along our shared borders, must be welcomed. The operation, which started on Thursday, September the 5th, and ended on Sunday, September the 9th, focused on illegal activities related to transnational crimes, as well as strict enforcement of border management activities. The operation aimed to address drug smuggling, undocumented immigration, and other forms of cross-border crime. Members from various divisions, including border police, border intelligence, and stock theft and endangered species, worked together to combat these crimes. They were supported by SANParks and the Border Management Agency. The teams accomplished several actions, such as compliance checks, vehicle checks, and border patrols. The operation led to 33 compliance visits and several fines related to traffic, gambling, and liquor offenses. The police also confiscated drugs, including dagga, and arrested
Thank you, Honorable
undocumented
Member. Your
persons
time
for
is up.
violating immigration
The DA.
laws.
Thank you, Speaker. On the 27th of August, the Auditor-General revealed the dire situation of local government in South Africa. It must be noted that failures of government to run its finances in a sustainable and effective manner has a negative impact on all communities in its area. One such municipality is the Walter Sisulu local municipality in the Eastern Cape where I live. This municipality's financial health has created doubt with the Auditor-General that this municipality will be able to continue operating. Furthermore, this municipality takes an average of 1,072 days to pay its creditors and takes an average of 367 days to collect debt owed to it. It must also be stated that 43% of the municipal debt cannot be recovered. In a recent review of the valuation roll, it shocked its rate-paying residents of rate increases of 500% and more on residential properties. Yet, government buildings was valued downward with 96%. In Walter Sisulu local municipality, government buildings got a reduction in rates payable, and the rate-paying residents of this municipality shocked into massive rates hikes to absorb the financial costs of a failing institution to keep its doors open and the money flowing. Yet, due to a government's inability to perform its functions, the ratepayers will have to pay these extremely high rates. This will in turn cause a municipal-wide affordability issue, resulting in more ratepayers unable to pay for its services. Thank you.
Thank you, ANC.
Speaker, the ANC applauds the mutual agreement reached at the South African Local Government Bargaining Council. The ANC has introduced the Basic Condition of Employment Act, the minimum wage, and legislation entrenching collective bargaining and rights of workers and trade unions since 1994. In this regard, the ANC caucus applauds the conclusion of a 5-year collective agreement reached between parties at the South African Local Government Bargaining Council. This multi-year milestone agreement was signed by SALGA, which represent 257 municipalities nationwide, and unions, which is SAMU and IMATU, and will see employees receive 6% salary increase effective from 1st July 2024, and an additional 1.5% that is on the 1st of March 2025. It is the ANC policy to resolve conflicts through peaceful dialogue and negotiation. So the ANC is encouraged to see parties using social dialogue to resolve their differences. This constructive dialogue and agreement paves the way for a more harmonious and productive working environment. The agreement reached by social partners highlights the importance of maintaining open communication channels and working towards mutually beneficial solutions. The ANC commends the parties for not only signing the agreement, but also for setting a positive precedent for future negotiations.
Thank you,
which
Honorable
demonstrate
Member.
the effectiveness
Your time is
and
up.
collaborative
Al-Jama.
problem solving. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Al-Jama acknowledges that the ballot bill, there are positive few clauses, but we remain deeply concerned that there are more clauses that have negative impacts on faith-based communities. The 3 months moratorium on 2 clauses of the ballot bill must be extended to other clauses that are of concern to the faith-based communities. The party's president will propose to President Ramaphosa of further amendments to made to allow Muslim learners to attend full-time Gieb schools and make up the lost school years later. We are perturbed by the fact that the powers of school governing bodies are being taken away. Just how democratic is this? Why reduce the powers of school governing bodies when such a structure plays a critical role in the education of our children? We view this as a move to weaken the rights of parents' role within schools. Some of the clauses are not just psychologically harmful, but they are sociologically damaging. The bill must be radically revised so that civil society can be properly consulted. This administrative bill seeks to address administrative issues. The bill must be more child and family-centered, which will give rise to a system that will instill morals and morality within our education system. On another note, Al-Jama believes that the marriage bill must confine itself only with registration. I thank you.
Thank you. This concludes member statements. I'll now allow for 7 ministerial responses. Can I get hands? Senior Minister of Water. Are there any other ministers on visual? Basic education. Okay. While we start with the Minister of Water, I'll be assisted to get Honorable Lozi. Are you Minister of?
No.
I say this because you did not say you're raising a point of order. So I was saying, did I miss the news?
Speaker, I know with respect, Speaker, I just want to put it on record that this thing of the serial absence of ministers in Parliament is worrying. Let's just put it on the record that we are having a very bad experience of ministers in the seventh administration not coming to parliament, and even in the committees there, they are serially absent. I'm hoping that you're going to fix it because the next step will have to be to bring them here physically.
Okay,
To the
Honorable
parliamentary
Dlozi.
security forces.
Honorable Dlozi, I am sure your member of the Chief Whips Forum did indicate that the Chief Whips Forum, given that we don't yet have a structure that can accommodate everybody, agreed that for this session until the recess, which we're going to go now, is going to be a hybrid session, meaning that other people will be on virtual and others will be present in the house. So that was agreed to, and that applies, order, honorable members, that applies also to ministers. So there was no exception that in the hybrid situation, ministers are only the ones that are compelled to be in the house. Honorable,
No, thank
Marshall.
you, Speaker.
Yes.
But I think the context you are bringing this matter, it's not correct. We agreed that between now up until we come back on the 7th,
Mhm.
we're going to have hybrid.
Yes.
But the issue of the ministers being present, because it can be that the ministers, they're not going to be here, they're going to be on virtual, when they know that they've got an important task. When we come here and then, especially when there are questions that must be responded by the same ministers, they know the importance of them coming and being physical here
Thank you.
in the session. So that was the context,
Okay.
because not that important issues, they can be taken and then people on virtual, where last week we had an issue of a minister. that was
Honorable
not ordered
Dlamini.
Until we had to ask someone to intervene here.
Honorable
So that's why
Dlamini.
it's important for them to be here.
Honorable Dlamini, I've noted the point of order, Chief Whip, but just to indicate that the principle remain. When we say Parliament is going to be on hybrid with no qualification, and I'm being emphatic, no qualification. That also includes ministers, but when it comes to questions, ministers have been in the House. It's only last week where the deputy minister who was standing in for the minister was on virtual, and I ruled as a speaker that that question will come back to the House for a response because the deputy minister was not audible. So I wouldn't want us to belabor the point, because while I understand the principle that has been raised, but I think it is important to also respect the decisions we ourselves have made. Honorable Chief Whip.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. No, I really wanted to reaffirm that position because we had a meeting, not now, on several occasions, when we took a decision that we are going to hold meetings virtually up until the end of this quarter. And there was no provision in that decision to say that, but virtually will not be sufficient for ministers if they are not going to be in the House in person. And our understanding is that the rules of Parliament regard the virtual connectivity of the members who are not in the House as being part of the House. The concern about ministers not responding to questions is a concern that we all share. And I think it's a concern that is being addressed on the basis of the intervention you made last time regarding the deputy minister. And all other ministers, we're looking at the virtual logging in. Beside Minister Majodina who's here, there's quite a few of them, if not more than half of them, who have joined the meeting in the virtual space. That's what I wanted to clarify, Minister.
Honorable members, I see Honorable Manye, I will recognize you, but can we actually bring this issue to a close so that we get ministers to respond to the statements and then we can proceed to the statement by Honorable Majodina. Honorable Manye?
Thank you, Speaker. Some of these things were decided when some of us were not part of the mix. One of the things.
Order, order,
One of the
honorable
things-
members. Order, honorable members. Honorable Manya, you can continue.
Speaker, this matter will pick it up at the Chief Whip's Forum.
Yes.
The issue of deputy ministers, deputizing ministers here is inadequate because in the first instance, they don't have executive authority. And they also don't have the full background of the issues being dealt with here because they
No.
don't attend cabinet. And therefore, when they respond to supplementary questions as deputy ministers on matters that were decided at cabinet, they are always not as extensive as they should be. So I'm saying we'll raise it at the Chief Whip's Forum, but the issue of deputy ministers without executive authority should not represent ministers. Ministers must come themselves.
Order. Honorable Manya, that matter was resolved. If the MK party wants to reopen the issue, the Rules Committee is there to reopen the issue. But can I please rule that we go back to responses to member statement? Honorable Ndlozi.
Thanks, Speaker. I really thank you for your indulgence. I understand the frustration. So the thing we just want to bring to your attention, Speaker. Member statements, you're going to take 7 ministers, for
Yes.
example. There are only 3 in the House. This is becoming a norm. I'm saying that, no, the Honorable.
Can you please speak through the speaker?
It's not right.
Speak through the speaker.
Please protect me so I can finish quickly.
Honorable members, I am not going to entertain
Yeah, I
to
don't
the
want
debates
from
that are
me and
happening.
you. I don't want.
Order, honorable members. Can you finish your point and let's go to the business of the day? I understand the issue I've raised, and as I said, let's address it. But unfortunately, in the discussion of the chief whips, they didn't make that qualification because it would have been addressed there. So for now, let's come back to the issue. What is it, Honorable Reddy?
Madam Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 84,
Yes.
where a member of the House, honorable member, was making, and I want to know if that is parliamentary. Thank you.
Honorable Reddy, you missed your TV time last week. Somebody took your slot. But honorable member, the gestures, I would look at it and come back to the House. Can we please allow ministers to respond to the statements? Honorable Majodina. Order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Can I respond to question 8 from the DA on energy and water crisis in Ekurhuleni, Germiston in particular? The challenge of municipalities across the country is an aging infrastructure, is water leaks, is illegal connection, but also is lack of investing the retail sale of water to the water infrastructure. And therefore, it becomes impossible for people to get water as they are expected to. But also the user pay, where people don't want to pay for services that they've received from municipalities. It is against that background that we have advised the municipalities to enforce bylaws. For instance, in each and every town, you see car wash, so many, but they are not even metered. And therefore, there's also a lot of non-revenue water. Water is just running down the street and not reaching the beneficiaries. So when we were in Germiston, in Ekurhuleni for the imbizo of presidential imbizo on the 23rd, the matter of water leaks was raised and the municipality gave a comprehensive plan on how they are dealing with water issues. So the honorable member can get that plan on closing water leaks and ensuring that people or the community around Ekurhuleni get water. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Basic Education.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I wish to respond to a couple of statements that were made by the members. Speaker, the Bella Act, which was the Bella Bill, has now been signed. The Bella Bill has now been signed into law by the President on Friday, making it the Bella Act. And indeed, it seeks to address some key gaps which have been found in our education system, which have emanated from various case law. The President has decided to suspend the implementation of clauses 4 and 5 in order to allow for further consultation. As the DBE, we will then be guided by the process of that consultation to then understand where to from now in the implementation of those clauses. But as things stand, the bill is now an act and the various other provisions now need to be implemented. And at an appropriate time, we will brief the House on how that implementation will happen. Then, Speaker, I want to also just raise another point that was raised by Honorable Reddy. I think it's important, Speaker, that as once again, I implore that as leaders in this House, we don't spread misinformation. There are no 2,000 teachers in the Western Cape that have been fired. And Honorable Reddy is a perpetual person who likes to peddle misinformation in the House, and it is not right. The issue around
Order, Speaker.
the issue around
I've noted you. Let's allow the minister to finish.
the education sector has been underfunded for many years, and it is because of these financial pressures that provinces are seeing the cuts affect their frontline services. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I am in talks with the Minister of Finance to see how him and his team can help us to make sure that we assist the provinces to shield frontline services from being affected from these cuts. But no teachers have been fired. No teachers, I repeat again, Madam Speaker, no teachers have been fired. In fact, what we are seeking to do is to make sure that we protect our teachers and we protect the frontline services of our sector. Thank you.
Thank you. What's the point of order, Honorable Member?
Madam
Yeah,
Speaker, we
would-
do not want the House to degenerate.
Order, Honorable Members.
Must not degenerate and become a machine.
Okay, can
And
you
ministers
indicate what's
must
the
know
point of
what
order?
their responsibilities are. In terms of the order paper, that minister is not supposed to respond to me.
Order,
She's got a
Honorable
statement
Member.
that she's supposed to make. She makes the statement. Now I want to respond to her. So she's totally out
Honorable
of pocket, Speaker. And I think they
Reddy.
need to be educated. She's the Minister of Education.
Honorable
She should
Reddy.
understand what these things mean.
Honorable Reddy.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Reddy.
Somlomo.
Honorable Reddy and honorable members, you are correct to say let's not degenerate the House. You had an opportunity to raise a statement. The minister is responding to your statement and others. Yes, but if an honorable member has made a statement, the minister can indicate that I'm responding to so and so as an honorable member. But that debate then is not allowed. And if there are issues of concern you have, I would advise you to write to the speaker. Yes. Thank you very much. Minister Buthelezi?
Thank you very much, Somlomo. Ngicela ukuphendula istatement esihle somhlonishwa uSithole ukhuluma indaba yokuprofessionalize i-public service. Ngicabanga ukuthi okokuqala kubalulekileyo njengoba eke washo ukuthi lena inyanga integrated public service month lapho khona sithakasela umsebenzi obalulekileyo wama-civil servants, because we all understand that civil servants are about 1.3 million servicing over 60 million of our population every single day. So we need to applaud them for the good work and for accepting the highest call to serve their own fellow citizens. So udaba lokuprofessionalize-ke lumqwa kakhulu ngoba ukuze sikhule sibe yizwe eli-capable neli-developmental, we need to have professional public service. Singagcini lapho kuphela kodwa siqinisekise ukuthi we bring also in the element of ethics, because iqiniso ukuthi uhulumeni lahlekelwe kwethenjwa ngenxa yokuthi in the system you've got people who are unethical, which we need to deal with. So also on the issue of corruption, there are systems that are put in place to make sure that we deal decisively and get rid of all the rotten elements that are within the system, because corruption undermines our country so much, and I won't get into that. Also, iqiniso ukuthi as department, We have come up with a register ukuthi labo abaqoshiwe emsebenzini ngenxa yamacala enkohlakalo nokweba nalabo ababaleka bengakaphothulwa ukuthi badisciplinwe. I-register ikhona-ke la khona wonke umuntu o-aplayayo ukuthi before ukuthi aqashwe fanele igama lakhe libhekwe ohlwini lwamankentshane ukuthi alikho nxa likhona engaqashwa nobalekile washiya ukuthi bedisciplinwa uma kungukuthi uyatholakala ukuthi unecala alibalekele akwazi ukuthi abuyiselwe emuva ayoliqeda icala lakhe. So i-department-ke yenza umsebenzi omuhle kuleso sigaba leso-ke. Siyabonga kakhulu Jobe ngestatement sakho. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
Ngiyabonga, ngithembe ukuthi abatoliki bayazi inkentshane yini. Deputy Minister Masimula. Deputy Minister Masimula.
A very good afternoon to you, Honorable Speaker. There are a few questions that I need to respond to that were raised by honorable members.
Yes,
The
and for 3 minutes you can proceed.
The first one relates to the Mangaung situation where matters around services was raised. We are very certain as a department that Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality is one of those councils that are under Section 139 of the department, working together with the province to ensure stabilization of that metro for better provision of services. So we're very much on top of the situation with regard to the stabilization of their finances, of their management, of their political stability, governance, and as well as the general administrative repositioning of the city. So we are hard at work to look at issues of infrastructure, which remains a big problem and a challenge in that metro. But be that as it may, working together with our technical teams from MISA and as well as the province, we have put together a very strategic team of the necessary engineers to intervene in the situation. I just want to say to the honorable member that on sal altyd Max Jäger dat die gemeenskap van Mangaung kry beter dienslewering. That's what I can say very briefly on Mangaung. The second matter relates to the AG's issue with regard to the audit outcomes of the municipalities. Working together through the Interministerial Committee, last week we already had our own meeting where in terms of reference on how as a consultative team of various departments that are service delivery related or oriented are going to be collaborating in their efforts to intervene in all our municipalities. Safe to say that the stabilization program on our side as a department, equally important, has been worked on and strengthened by the interministerial work. Once all those processes are finalized, they will be taken to the portfolio committee, and the nation would have to know how we're going to be working together with municipalities. But already we have started visits as the department and the ministry to a number of provinces, interacting with particularly the most affected districts together with their locals to look at those critical areas that account for the betterment of their governance situation. The third point, Honorable Minister Majodina has responded to that. On the eve of the presidential imbizo, we had a meeting with the mayor of Ekurhuleni, Honorable Kagasa, together with Rainwater, where a very detailed presentation was made on how they are going to be stabilizing the provision of water, particularly in the former eastern areas around the Brakpan, Sakani, and the surrounding townships, and as well as informal settlement. So
Thank
the
you very
city working
much,
together-
Honorable Deputy Minister. Your time is up, Minister Mtsoaledi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hope you'll allow me to let the video remain muted because I'm really struggling with reception.
Okay, you can proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am responding to a question by the Chief Whip of UDM on the issue of Helen Joseph Hospital. Honorable Speaker, the incident that was shown on videos did break our heart. It's a very painful situation which nobody in the country, I think, will wish to see again. Fortunately, on the week that the video was circulating, I had called all the MECs of education, most of them being new, for the whole week retreat in Magaliesburg, where we're introducing them to the healthcare system. And this matter was discussed in full. We've put together mechanisms and plans on how we are going to deal with such matters. Yesterday, Chair, I spent 3 hours with the South African Human Rights Commission. I've just finished a meeting with the Public Service Commission. All of them, among the things we have discussed, raised this issue. The Office of Health Standard Compliance has already spent a week in Helen Joseph. On Tuesday last week, I penned a letter to the Health Ombudsman, who I also met yesterday. We discussed the issue. This morning, I was in a meeting of the Ministerial Committee on Budget. The two main issues that emerged there was the underfunding or cardiac spending for both health and education. So Minister Warube is correct what he said about budget cuts. They all affect us, and we discussed the issues. But having said so, Honorable Speaker, there is an elephant in the room here. As long as the total health spend of the country, which is more than R500 billion, as long as 51% of that goes only to 14% of the population, and the remaining 49% goes to a whooping 86% of the population, we are going to be debating these issues again and again and again. The gross inequalities in healthcare in our country, which we want to bring to an end when we want to implement what the World Health Organization called universal health coverage, because money is not spent universally, it's being spent inequitably. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister Singh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to welcome the statement by the Honorable Member with regard to the EU's 628 million rand deal to boost South Africa's green hydrogen program. Now, the silver lining about these grants, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, is that in the case of the 490 million rand grant, we are able to leverage a lot of money from those grants. And to this extent, about 10 billion rand of private and public sector funding will be leveraged to promote green hydrogen. The other grant, as the Honorable Member had indicated, will be going towards Transnet, where 138 million rand will be given to Transnet, and there too, the private sector will be able to contribute and will be able to get a much bigger program. So all in all, we welcome these grants, whether they're from the EU or from any other organization that provides grants to South Africa, because in the end, I think we all want to see green transition. We want to see cleaner energy in our country. And I thank the Honorable Member for raising the statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. That concludes ministerial responses. We now go on the first item on the order paper of today, which is the statement by Minister of Water and Sanitation on measures taken by the Department of Water and Sanitation on dam safety. Manje ke sengicela umhlonishwa wezamanzi nezendle ukuba athathe.
It does not sound very nice, nezendle. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this august house, ladies and gentlemen, nina amalungu abekekileyo wowiso nocingo mthetho. I welcome this opportunity to make a statement to this house on matters pertaining to the safety of dams in South Africa. In the past 4 weeks, we have witnessed the terrible disaster that affected the community of Riverlands in the Swartland local municipality, where 4 dams failed and destroyed houses as well as damaged municipal infrastructure. Umonakalo oye wabonakala phaya awuthetheki, abantu baye bashiyeka besenhlungwini ngenxa yokuthi lamadam aye asisa amanzi amaninzi. The unfortunate disaster brought attention to the issue of dam safety in South Africa and how this affects communities residing downstream of the rivers of these dams, Ukhuseleko ke lwamadami luxanduva lalowo nalowo othe wokha idam kufuneka alihoye aliqoqoshe kakuhle. Honorable members of this house will recall how the community of Charlesville and Itumeleng townships were displaced from their houses and lives were lost when tailing dam failed in the Free State town of Jagersfontein in September 2022. Koduo yeo likajeno batho ba Freistata ha ba ilibale hobane hule wa hlokahala batho ho tsamaya matlo. The two recent unfortunate incidents make it important for me to highlight the issues pertaining to the safety of dams in South Africa. Amadam ke afuneka akhuselwe ngabo baye bawomba. Chapter 12 of the National Water Act, as well as the regulation published in Government Gazette, requires that an owner of a dam that meets the requirement of a dam with a safety risk to register such a dam and to comply with all other regulations pertaining the type and the size of the dam. Over and above the registration of the dam, the owner must apply for a dam safety license to construct, alter and repair the dam before construction can commence. Awuvuki ucinge into yoba mawolongeze idamu ulonyuse, kufuneka uqale ufune imvume yokwenza loo nto. The owner of the dam must also appoint approved professional person. Amadami ke afuna engineering nobuchwepheshe khona ukuze kwenziwe umsebenzi. And that person must have been registered with the engineers expect to conduct compulsory dam safety evaluation at least every 5 years. Each dam must provide or submit to the department the dam safety assessment. The National Water Act defines a dam with a safety risk as a dam with minimum vertical wall height of 5 meters and capable of storing more than 50 megaliters of water. A dam that does not meet these requirements does not fall under the category. According to the register of dams with a safety risk, in our register, we have 5,703 dams. Out of that, 323 dams are dams of Department of Water and Sanitation. The department makes sure that we keep all our dams being regulated. Approximately, whilst our dams are few, 87% of total volume of water is stored in our dams. The 5,703, due to the size of other dams, are not of the magnitude of what our dams are. That is why we don't understand if the owners are unable to maintain their dams. Over the past 2 years, our department, the DWS, has issued non-compliance instruction, directives and directives to owners of dams who are found to be non-compliant with the regulation. However, it takes time for court to process such matters of non-compliance by dam owners. We have also ensured increased compliance by organs of state such as water boards as well as ESCOM and mining sector because they do own dams. This shows that we are not only targeting non-compliant private dam owners, we are also focusing on dams that belong to state, including those that are owned by my own department. The National Water Act put responsibility for safety of dams to the owner. Wonke umnini dam makathathe uxanduva uba kuye kwenzeka umonakalo, mayibe nguye ke olungisa lo monakalo. It was found that none of the dams in the Riverlands municipality have been registered in the department, let alone a permit. So all these things will happen, especially as we approach summer. Heavy rains will see those dams failing or collapsing. The current owner of the 4 dams is the and-led reform. I have submitted a preliminary report on investigation to Minister Nyonzo. However, I must clarify this house that when the Department of Land and Rural Development, when they bought or procured that farm, they found those dams on the farm. They did not construct the dams, but also they've leased out that farm. So the previous owners, when they were constructing those 4 dams on the stream, they did not apply for any permission. But the person that is going to be reliable for this, it should be the landlord, which is the Department of Land and Rural Development. Working in collaboration with rural development, we have rehabilitated all the 4 dams that have collapsed because we don't want those remnants of failed dams to further cause injuries to our people. On the issue of Jagersfontein tailing dam, that failed on the 11th of September 2022. Our department has concluded criminal investigation and the docket has been handed over to the National Prosecuting Authority. The responsible prosecutor has acquired all statements and affidavits. The matter is expected to be enrolled in 2025. However, there are some humanitarian interventions that have been made. Some houses have been handed over to those who lost their houses. My department has also appointed University of Pretoria and the University of Witwatersrand to conduct technical forensic investigation on the failure of Jagersfontein tailing storage facility. The report may be used in the criminal proceedings and therefore cannot be made public until we are advised by NPA. One of the roles of my department is to ensure water use license to ensure that water resources are utilized sustainably and equitably. For example, the Middle Letaba in Limpopo catchment, it is water stressed and community in the catchment have raised concern as to whether some users are over or abstracting water from the 3 rivers that feed Middle Letaba Dam, resulting in insufficient water available for others. To address this concern, we have established a Ministerial Advisory Committee chaired by retired Judge President Bernard Mwepe, who is being assisted by various experts to ensure that they give us a report by January, because we cannot allow anyone who blocked the water not to get to our people just because one is running a farm or a plant. They must ensure that they allow water to go down, especially in those who are in downstream. We are also working on plans to build additional infrastructure to enable available resources in the Middle Letaba system to be supplemented. Furthermore, we will be engaging on we'll be negotiating possible reduction in water in the interim whilst the investigation is on. Let our people not be disadvantaged by that. Honorable Speaker, apart from strengthening the internal capacity, we have also employed a lot of water experts and engineers. We are working with the Engineering Council of South Africa to find ways of making it easier for young engineers and professionals to acquire necessary skills. That is why you also have bursary on those who are interested in studying a water engineer. As part of the recommendation in the Riverlands, my report to the department has prepared a notice to be published in the Government Gazette to call on all those who have dams to register their dam before they could be prosecuted. And Chair, as I close, we must ensure that the notice will give all dam owners and those who wish to construct dams to apply for the license. And those who already have dams, they must also apply for the license so that they are recorded and registered accordingly for them to be able to account on those dams. A media awareness campaign, including both print and electronic media, is being planned by the department. We'll also be engaging with organizations representing sectors as agriculture and mining, because a lot of the dams are within the agricultural sector. Furthermore, we'll engage the Department of Cooperative Governance, traditional leaders, and National Treasury to find a way of assisting municipalities that own dams and require support to ensure that their dams are safe and compliant. This intervention will be extended to other state departments to ensure that all dam owners are compliant. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next speaker on the speakers list is Honorable Gaza.
Sekela somlomo ohloniphekile, amalungu eParliament ahloniphekile, abantu baseNingizimu Afrika, ngiyanibingelela. Siwumkhonto wesizwe, kuyasimangaza nokho ukuthi uhulumeni uvumela abantu abayimele kanye nezikhungo ezisebenza ngasese ukuthi zengamele ziphinde ilawule ukuphathwa kwamadamu. Ebese uhulumeni uyahluleka ukubeka izinhlelo zokuvikela ubungozi obudalwa ungaqinisekiswa kokuphepha kwamadamu emphakathini yethu. It is for that reason that the MK party deems this misguided approach flawed for the following 6 reasons. Eyokuqala being lack of effective oversight and enforcement. The National Water Act 1998 and Dam Safety Regulations 2012 place the responsibility of dam safety largely on private owners, requiring them to ensure structural integrity and comply with safety standards. However, the government inability to enforce these standards effectively leaves significant gaps. With limited resources, the Department of Water and Sanitation struggles to conduct regular inspections or ensure compliance from private dam owners, especially those in remote areas. This leads to a lack of accountability, placing communities at risk of potential dam failures. Okwesibili, privatization of critical infrastructure. Dams, especially those used for agriculture, industrial, or recreational purposes, are critical infrastructure with broad public safety implications. Placing ownership and responsibility in private hands without adequate government oversight is problematic. Dam safety is a matter of public interest. Given the risk of flooding, property damage, and loss of life in the event of dam failures, relying on private individuals to self-regulate and lead to cost-cutting measures that compromise safety. All dams must belong to the state. Sicela wonke amadamu abuyele ekhulumeni. Okwesithathu, government inability to address aging infrastructure. Many privately owned dams were constructed decades ago and have aged
Honourable Member,
significantly.
please take your seat. The Honourable Ndlozi has a point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. I was requesting that we release Honorable Kronov because he's sleeping in the house. Go outside to get fresh air, Chief. Can't sleep here in the house. Honorable Kronov,
Thank
be
you.
honest, you are sleeping.
Honourable Ndlozi,
On
thank
duty.
you. I'm sure your point is taken. Please proceed, Honourable Member.
Obviously, the vulnerability to climate change, with climate change increasing the frequent and intensify of extreme weather events like heavy rains and droughts, the risk of dam failure is magnified. A robust national policy that ensures that dam safety should consider these evolving environment challenges. Leaving dam safety in the hands of private entities may result in an uncoordinated response to these threats, exacerbating vulnerabilities during extreme weather conditions. Okwesihlanu, public safety and liability. In case where private dam failures result in public disasters, the question of liability becomes contentious. The government often faces legal challenges from affected communities, while private owners may not have the resource or insurance coverage to address the consequences of dam failures. This creates a vicious cycle where communities are left exposed, and the government has to step in post-disaster with reactive measuring instead of proactively preventing such incidents. I repeat, amadamu awabuyele ekhulumeni. Okokugcina, policy reform and public interest. Reforming the government's dam safety policy to shift the responsibility more squarely onto the states would align dam management with the principle of public safety and water. The government should play a more active role in regular inspections, setting strict compliance requirements and investing in dam rehabilitation projects. By focusing on public interest, the states can eliminate the risk associated with private ownership of critical water infrastructure. In conclusion, isinqumo sikahulumeni sokuvumela ukuphathwa ngasese kwamadamu ngaphandle kokunikezela kwezokuphepha okwanele kuyiphutha elikhulu. So, as the MK party, We want to see all dams being owned by the state. We reject the policy posture of this ANCDA coalition.
I now invite the next speaker to the podium, Honorable Basson.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, today I welcome the opportunity to address this House on the vital matter of dam safety in South Africa. Over the past month, we have witnessed a terrible disaster in the community of Riverlands in the Swartland local municipality, where 4 farm dams collapsed, causing widespread destruction of private homes and municipal infrastructure. Hierdie ongelukkige voorval bring hernieuwde aandag aan die kritieke kwessie van damveiligheid, veral vir gemeenskappe wat stroomaf woon van damme. Die Riverlands voorval is nie geïsoleerd nie. Net 2 jaar gelede in September 2020 het die ineenstorting van die Jagersfontein mynafvaldam in die Vrystaat families uit hulle huise verdryf en tragies lewens geëis. In die gemeenskap van Charlesville en Itumaleng. Hierdie insidente herinner ons aan die belangrikheid daarvan om die veiligheid van ons damme in Suid-Afrika te verseker en vandag wil ek die maatreëls en verantwoordelikhede rakende hierdie kwessies uitlig. Chapter 12 of the Water Act, along with the regulation, outlines clearly directives for dam safety. Any dam that meets the criteria for a safety risk defined as a dam with a vertical wall height of at least 5 meters and a water capacity of 50,000 cubic meters must be registered by dam owners. Before constructing, altering, or repairing a dam, owners must apply for a dam safety license. Furthermore, they must appoint an approved professional person that is a dam engineering expert registered with the Department of Water and Sanitation to conduct mandatory dam safety evaluations every 5 years. Currently, the department, as the Minister has indicated, oversees the registration of 5,703 dams, of which only 323 dams belongs to the Department of Water and Sanitation that holds 87% of the total volume of our water in the country. The preliminary investigation into the Riverlands disaster has yielded disturbing results. None of the 4 failed dams have been registered with the department as required by law, nor by the necessary license being obtained when they were constructed. This current owners of these dams is the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. Regarding the Jagersfontein Tail Dam disaster, the DA welcomed the criminal investigation that has been concluded and that cases have been handed over to the National Prosecuting Authority. Furthermore, the DA also welcomes the involvement of the University of Pretoria and the Witwatersrand to conduct a forensic investigation into the failure of the Jagersfontein Dam. Deputy Speaker, the DA urgently requests the department to increase human resource capacity within the Dam Safety Regulation Unit. The department must recruit more engineers and work with the Engineering Council of South Africa to streamline the process for young engineers to qualify as approved professional persons without compromising on the high standards required for dam engineering. As deel van hierdie aanbevelings van die Riverland verslag, sal die departement 'n kennisgewing in die Staatskoerant publiseer wat dameienaars 'n tydperk van 60 dae gee om enige dam wat aan die veiligheidsvereistes voldoen te registreer. Die DA doen egter 'n beroep op alle dameienaars om van hierdie geleentheid gebruik te maak om hulle ongeregistreerde damme te registreer. We furthermore request the department to engage the agriculture sector to register farm dams and the mining sector to ensure that all tailing dams are compliant with safety regulation and also work closely with COCTA and National Treasury to support municipalities that need assistance in assuring the safety of the dams. Ten slotte, die Riverlands en Jagersfontein ramp het ons 'n harde les geleer. Maar dit is 'n les wat ons ernstig moet opneem. Hierdie tragedie kon verhoed gewees het en dit is ons plig om te verseker dat so 'n ramp nie weer gebeur nie. Ons het sterk toepassings van damveiligheidsregulasies nodig, behoorlike registrasie van alle damme wat in die veiligheidsrisiko inhou en strenger verantwoordbaarheidsmaatreëls om die mense van Suid-Afrika te beskerm. Laat ons nou met dringendheid optree. Die veiligheid van ons mense, ons omgewing en ons toekomstige geslagte hang af van die besluite wat ons hier vandag neem. Ek dank u.
I now invite the Honourable Moshlala.
No, thanks so much, Chairperson. Erigi Jesbaga, Gidumedise, Batuboche, South Africa, Gabopara. Gidumedise gapi ba dirishane mmogo le nna, ke sa lebale gape ba mphato. Gape le baetapele ba mokgatlo wa EFF. Mokgatlo o ikemišeditše go lwela batho le gore make sure gore dilo ka moka ga tsona di tsamaya ka thelelo. It was exactly 12 years ago in 2012 when the then Minister of Water and Environmental Affairs signed regulation regarding the safety of dams in terms of Section 123, subsection 1 of the National Water Act of 1998. This regulation assigned very specific powers to the department and made it the ultimate authority for the guaranteeing of dam safety in this country. This included the powers to classify safety risk at dams, as well as the issuing of licenses, the approval of engineering drawings, and so on and so forth. The department is the authority for these things. And it was alarming to observe the minister and her department trying to lay the blame at the Department of Land Reforms and Rural Development after the recent collapse of the 4 dams in Riverslands. The Riverlands in Western Cape disaster was not the first, and it is now likely that it will not be the last because we have leadership that refuses to take responsibility. Minister, in 2022, we witnessed with horror as homes were destroyed and lives lost in Jagersfontein, Charlesville Township in Free State, as a result of failed tailings that the department was supposed to have monitored and passed on as safe. 4 lives were lost, and the EFF is demanding compensation for those families that lost the beloved ones. The family of Korokoro Musala, the family of Aaron Mushweu, amongst them, must be compensated. On the Riverland disaster, we now all know that the Department of Land Reforms and Rural Development bought the dams in 2019 from Dassenberg plus PTY LTD, the first owner of the property. We also know that that was Dassenberg that allegedly built 3 of the dams illegally. We know that Agricom Machinery, the second owners of the farm, then proceeded to construct the 4th dam also without a license. Minister, commercial farmers like ZZ2 in Limpopo benefit from water resources by damming rivers, which essentially cuts off provision to poor subsistence farmers down the streams. Minister, I'm inviting you to undertake an oversight to assess the way in which the 2 farm with the damming of rivers has hindered and created further poverty and struggles for subsistence Black farmers and impoverished Black communities. This is a pure human right violation, and those doing it must face the consequences. The law must take its course. Where was the Department of Water and Sanitation when this happened? What action did they take to stop the construction of illegal dams? The problem we face as a society is the collusion of government and interest of white people, specifically to the detriment of the nation as a whole. Dassenberg, Agrico, and all those who have conducted themselves in a similar manner must be held accountable, Minister. Only last year, the department reported that it had backlog in completing 474 dam safety evaluation reports. This implied that the department was and still uninformed about the safety condition at these dams. It is therefore unable to recommend intervention or conduct inspection to monitor compliance with recommendation. As things stand, Minister,
None of the parties who are meant to be playing critical roles in dam safety are doing anything because the department itself had no capacity to enforce its own regulation. Both private and public dams owner either do not have dam management plans, and if they do, they are not doing anything to ensure the implementation of those plans. Municipalities are none the wiser either. Minister, the problem of safety, of dam safety is crucial importance because it involves not just loss of property, there's also potential for loss of human life. Your statement with respect outlines no plan of action. It fails to acknowledge the gravity of the problem we face in relation to dam safety in this country. Those responsible to constructing and benefiting from illegal dams must be detected early, and tough actions must be taken against them, including the expropriation of these properties in the public interest. Re a leboga, siyabonga. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Unfortunately, quite a number of incidents come to mind when we consider dam safety in our country. As far back as the Fontaine incident of 11 September 22, where several people lost their lives. Dozens were injured and rivers and grazing lands were inundated. Or as most recently as the Rivers Lands Dam 4 collapse. These incidents are only two examples of a few that have sent shockwaves through our country and speak to the previous government's unpreparedness and reactive nature, particularly the Department of Water and Sanitation. Sadly, we note that many of the Fontaine victims are still awaiting justice. However, that is a discussion for a different day. For years, the IFP has called for the practice of oversight to be implemented as more than just a rubber stamp activity. Effective and efficient oversight is needed from both the department and the portfolio committees if we wish to ensure the prevention of yet another devastating dam collapse. We are hopeful that under this new leadership, the department will turn a new page and be proactive in implementing the measures required to ensure safety instead of being reactive and placing an over-reliance on contingency plans for damage control. Honorable Madam Speaker, in a country prone to severe floods, we urge the department to prioritize our small and medium-scale farmers, especially in the rural areas of provinces known for flooding such as KwaZulu-Natal, the Eastern Cape, the Free State, and the Western Cape. However, it has not been too far back that the threat of reaching day zero hung over our heads, yet water infrastructure remains a key concern, especially in our metropolitan and deep rural areas. While today the department's focus is primarily on dam safety, the IFP is of the belief that this is an example of a larger challenge at play, which is our country's overall dilapidated water infrastructure. Our hope is that the minister's statement on dam safety acts as a catalyst for the larger conversation we need to have regarding potable water and the measures needed to ensure all South Africans have access to pipe water. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the IFP will continue to support any and all efforts made by the department and the minister to ensure all dams across our country comply with the necessary safety regulations. I thank you.
I now invite the Honorable Jonas to the podium. It will be the Honorable Member's maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many communities live downstream from dams, often in lower-lying areas, are most vulnerable to flooding. Ensuring dam owners meet safety standards is vital, not just for the protection of property, but for saving lives. Past disasters like the Jagersfontein incident in September 2022 have shown the devastating consequences of dam failures. These disasters often displace entire community, destroy homes, and take lives.
The Department of Water and Sanitation must enforce stricter regulation and ensure that dam safety is non-negotiable. Dam owners must be held accountable for maintaining the safety of their infrastructure as per the regulations. All dams, especially those posing a safety risk, must be regularly inspected and maintained. The recent discovery, the 4 Riverland dams were built without licenses and were never registered with the Department of Water and Sanitation, is alarming. It is unacceptable for any dam, especially one with safety risks, to go unmonitored. Non-compliant owners must face harsher penalties, and the lives of people living downstream are at stake. Many dam owners may not be fully aware of the requirements of the risks posed by the dams. The Department of Water and Sanitation should adopt a collaborative approach, and focus should be on improving communities and education around dam safety regulations. Traditional methods of outreach such as radio, print, and community meetings should remain a priority, but awareness campaigns must also be extended to social media platforms, giving the widespread use of these platforms, informing owners of the requirements and the consequences of compliance and can prevent negligence. The department should also make it clear that a failure to register dam with safety risks will result in severe penalties. This is a critical step in preventing tragedies like those seen at Riverlands and Jagersfontein. The Jagersfontein disaster is a case that demonstrates the dire consequences of poor dam management and regularity oversight. It has been 2 years and the case is still not only enrolled in court. That is far too long to wait for justice in such serious matter. The affected communities deserve closure, and the owners responsible for the dam's failure must face legal consequences swiftly. Delays in justice, as seen in the Jagersfontein case, erode public trust, and the department must work toward more timeless resolutions. The government must expedite cases related to dam failures to prevent future disasters. The Department of Water and Sanitation must strengthen its monitoring and accountability process, but it must also provide clear and accessible guidelines for the dam owners. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Jonas. The next speaker is Honourable Wessels.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the recent disasters have once again amplified the paramount importance of dam safety and ensuring compliance of dam owners. Deputy Speaker, dam safety is crucial to save lives, protect livelihoods, but also for infrastructural certainty to limit water losses as we remain a water-scarce country. Much better oversight and enforcement are needed to ensure dam safety. Will the problem be solved if all dams are owned by the state, by government? No, it won't. Because what are the facts? Only 2 of the 20 largest dams owned by the Department of Water and Sanitation currently complies with safety requirements. That, according to a report by the department. The compliance of 90% of the largest dams in the country should be prioritized, Minister. To avoid a very big looming crisis, more must be done. Honourable Deputy Speaker, with regards to the Jagersfontein tailing dam tragedy, we have to recognize that the Department of Water and Sanitation failed to prevent that disaster. The Department of Water and Sanitation merely accepted the mining company's reports blindly without any physical inspections. Lives were lost and property were damaged. It is unacceptable that 2 years later, the investigations are only now being concluded and nobody has been held responsible. This community, who suffered severely, are being failed and they are not receiving the justice they deserve. More needs to be done, and we must protect the integrity of our water infrastructure to also ensure a prosperous future for this country. I thank you.
The Honourable Trollip.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the National Water Act, Act number 36 of 1998, governs the management of all water resources in South Africa and includes dam safety regulation. It mandates dam owners to adhere to safety standards and to undergo regular inspections. The Act stresses the importance of regular inspections, and the Department of Water and Sanitation mandates that Category 1 dams are inspected every 5 to 10 years to ensure safety and structural integrity. Regular inspections are crucial to prevent potential failures and mitigate risks to public safety and property. Category 2 and 3 dams require even more stringent and regular inspections by approved, qualified, and registered professional persons. The Act's safety requirements are required to be met by dam owners, and this includes the state and the government and all spheres of government. They also own dams. But equally, it requires regular departmental assessment and inspections. It is one thing enacting legislation that requires citizens' compliance. The corollary is that the Department of Water and Sanitation has inspection responsibility, especially with the increasing incidence of unusual and catastrophic weather instances related to climate change. A recent series of dam failures in Riverlands has highlighted the severe consequences of inadequate inspections and management, the failure of which resulted in significant infrastructure losses and posed serious risk to life and limb of nearby communities. The Jagersfontein tragedy should have highlighted the consequences of non-compliance. How many more tragic disasters are required to ensure compliance? Were the legislated inspections done on the Riverlands dams? If they weren't, why not? If they weren't registered, why did the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform not register the dams when they became the owner? Minister and members of Parliament, let this be a warning that the Department of Water and Sanitation and dam owners have equal responsibility. There are major state-owned dams that are compromised and non-compliant on major irrigation schemes. There are compromised irrigation canal walls that pose major risks to communities and agricultural activities that rely solely on the integrity of such dams and infrastructure. In Sundays River Valley Municipality, the Nooit Gedacht water scheme provides water to Nelson Mandela Bay that they get from the Garib Sundays River canals. That canal is compromised and broke and still hasn't been repaired. There have been no new major dams and irrigation systems built. And that is why it's so important that the integrity and maintenance of piped water infrastructure that exposes the public to drastic water shortages if not maintained and not kept in a sustainable use. We lose up to 49% of non-revenue water. This cannot be sustained, and when water pipes burst, they also pose a risk to life and limb. Thank you.
And I invite the Honourable Meshwe.
Deputy Speaker, honourable members, in times of extreme weather, accidents are bound to happen, particularly where there is negligence, lack of maintenance of infrastructure, and non-compliance are the order of the day. Where disasters have happened, the ACDP has been gratified to see medical services that would appear timelessly and provide for individuals who lost their essential. And the Home Affairs also department assisting those who lost their IDs. But Madam Speaker, that should not be the only thing that happens. Much more needs to be done because justice has to be done. Where lives are lost and properties are lost, there has to be measures that are taken that people are not left on their own. It is definitely the responsibility of those who own those dams to ensure that compensation is done, and government must ensure that those responsible are paying their dues. The department, including of Agriculture and Land Affairs, has failed to conduct the due diligence to ascertain whether the 5 dams on the property were compliant with the latest disaster that took place, and whether those dams were registered with the relevant authority, as all dams must be registered. It was found that the previous owners who constructed the dams were required to obtain a dam safety license to construct a dam before commencing with the construction. But there is no record of any permit or license that was issued by the Department of Water and Sanitation. After the 3 dams burst because of heavy rainfall, there were warnings of the possibility of another dam collapsing, but the engineers were quick to intervene to avert the disaster. South Africa can learn from how other countries manage the thousands of public reservoirs and dams on farms. In Australia, for example, the penalties for not complying with dam safety regulations can be very severe, with the maximum penalties for corporations being nearly $1 million Australian dollars. These penalties are designed to ensure that the dam owners take their responsibility seriously and maintain the safety and integrity of their structures. The ACDP, I closed, believe that there is sufficient will to ensure that people who live close to dams are warned of the dangers when the dams burst. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Meshwe. It will now, the next speaker will be the Honourable Kwankwa, joining us on the virtual platform.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, very much. Minister, CUDM sithi thina umthetho ucacica okwekade mhlophe ibaleka ehlungwini ukuthi i-regulations nemigaqo-nkqubo efanele iyalandelwa ngabantu abazakhela amadami bona siqu. Kuyabaluleka ukuthi bafumane ii-licenses, amaphepha asemthethweni ukuthi bakwazi ukwenza izinto, baqiniseke ukuthi umthetho bayawulandela. Ewe ke ingxaki angeke siyiphike ukuthi sihleli eMzantsi Afrika sinamanzi anqongopheleyo angekhoyo abangela ukuthi abantu benze amanye amalinge okuba namanzi, kodwa ayithi loo nto mababeke ubomi babantu emngciphekweni ne-infrastructure kwiindawo bakuzo. Enye into ebangela ingxaki into yoba if akukulandelwa zi-regulations properly, even into nje efana ne-sediment build-up, which puts pressure on the structural components of a dam, would pose a risk if regulations aren't followed properly. Nakula madami zibangele ukuthi la madami avele agqabhuke. Kubalulekile ke into yoba kube nendlela ebambekayo ye-department eqiniseka ukuthi amadami onke, whether are privately owned nala angakarhulumente, there's proper monitoring and evaluation with dam safety on a regular basis. Perhaps the period efanele isetyenziswe efanele kungajongwa le 5 years kuphela, especially for la madami akhiwe ngabantu privately. Bekufanele uminister kube ne-awareness program eyenziwayo ekhuthaza abantu kuba kucacile ukuthi isenokwenzeka ukuba bakhona abanye abangawabhalisanga amadami abo angekho compliant kwizinto zikarhulumente nangokomthetho. Bakhuthazwe bazwe ngaphambili ukuze xa kusenza i-monitoring and evaluation ye-dam safety ibe ngabokuqala ukujonga ukuthi ngaba kanti bayilandele na imithetho nokuthi engineers zikwazi ukubona the structural integrity of the dams, ukuze kungathi kusabakho imozulu embi kubonakale le ntlekele ibisandokwenzeka apha enantsika eMamalsbury nakwezinye indawo. Kufuneka ke ngoku sibe kanti kuyaqinisa umthetho, abo bawaziyo umthetho benza ngabom mabohlwayo kwanobomi kwenza umzekelo ngabo, ukuze abantu kungabi kwaxhele yakha kabuzwa apha, kungabi kwavula zibhuqe eMzantsi Afrika njengoba abantu bethanda ukwenza. Siyabulela.
Thank you, Honourable Kwankwa. I now call on the Honourable Ghana.
Mtsama stool na cancer Nikwankar. Olobze. As you know, dam safety is a critical responsibility of your department. When dam safety fails and when dam fails and collapses, lives are lost, property is destroyed, the livestock and livelihoods are lost. This we know. We even know how we got here. We have the laws, but we are not implementing them. And we need to be honest here, all of us. We are being soft on each other. Because it's either a government department, a state entity, or private investors that are owning these dams. Being soft on each other has got us here. This we know. But as it is said, knowing is not enough. We must apply. And willing, Minister, is also not enough. We must do. The National Water Act empowers you, Minister. It empowers you to act on dam owners who are not compliant. This must therefore be done with serious intention. We must be intentional that the committee and this house must be finished with regular updates on the work of the Dam Safety Office and its capacity. In addition, the department must also move towards employing technology to monitor and police dam safety rather than relying on human and manual processes. I must say this, all of you. I found it very interesting that in your statement around dam safety, you sneaked in the middle tower issue. That has nothing to do with dam safety. We know it has nothing to do with dam safety. Unless this particular statement that you are making today, its intention was around the middle tower issue. And if that was the case, you need to be honest with us. Because somewhere it just happens on 2 paragraphs that it just come in. It's some kind of a political footwork that you are performing on the middle tower. And it might very well need a statement on its own, because that particular issue is not a dam safety issue. It's not connected with this particular issue. But I'll remind you, Kurno, Mintiro, Yabulavul, Nakenza Msamoshtu.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now invite the Honourable Webster.
Why does it not matter that I'm here? Why is it not adequate for you? Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Why is it not adequate? Thank you very much. We welcome the statement on dam safety across the country and the colleagues' contributions and responses to that statement. However, this is but one of the issues and problems facing water affairs in South Africa, and there are issues that we actually can't ignore. If you are spending time in communities across South Africa, we actually can't ignore the issues that are faced, and some of which are actually a crisis in some of the municipalities in this country. The latest blue and green drop reports from December, while they found that Gauteng had the highest percentage of water systems and with excellent or good performance, followed by Western Cape, found that the Northern Cape had the highest percentage of water systems which had poor or critical performance, and this has deteriorated since 2014. You can say the same about the Free State, where there's been a deterioration between 2014 and 2023. The South African Human Rights Commission has reported on mismanagement of water resources by municipalities. They've reported on lack of skills. They've reported on lack of maintenance. The national water system is crumbling, and we all know this. There are places in Brits that have not had water for about 6 months. There are reports of extortion at eThekwini from water tanker providers because there is no water in those areas. And Minister, it's up to you to turn this ship around. In terms of provision of water or reticulation of water to households, your hands are not tied. The Water Services Act makes it possible that where municipalities are failing to provide this a human right, you are able to hand over that authority either to NPOs, either to local service providers that can perform that function. And so we urge that you launch an investigation to ascertain which municipalities are failing to distribute water and to instruct for the transfer of that distribution to entities that can be capable until the municipalities are able to turn the situation around. We shouldn't be surprised that we have an imminent water crisis because it has been hiding in plain sight and the government has either been indifferent or has not actually had the political will to change the situation. But we urge you, Minister, there are communities that are in dire need for a turnaround to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker should be from the ATM. We don't have a name on the list and I don't see anyone present and not on the virtual platform. I then proceed to Al Jamar. Honourable Saleh.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Assalamu alaikum to all. Al Jamar commends the Department of Water and Sanitation for its investigations into the collapsing of the 4 dams in Riverlands, Malmesbury during the winter month of August, but it's a bit too late. The flooding of Riverlands left 157 families, about 447 people destitute. While we are thankful that there were no injuries or fatalities, we trust that measures are in place to compensate the losses residents incurred due to the floods. Currently, there are 70 families scattered, some living with families and friends, whilst others who could no longer bear the inconvenience move back into their damaged homes, even though it's not safe. There must be accountability as to the losses these families suffered. Who's providing them with material to rebuild their damaged homes? We need to know whether these families will be compensated for their damaged properties. 1 month and 3 weeks later since the incident, residents in Riverlands, Hopeville and Chatsworth still do not have water. In some areas, the water trucks arrive as late as 11 o'clock at night and no empathy for the sick, older persons and people with disabilities. The Swartland municipality refuses to help people who live on an area called Landbou, saying it's private property. The fact is those people were affected by the floods and they have a right to social assistance. The dams were privately owned for many years before being sold to national government in 2019. The cracks, lack of maintenance and other faults should have been noted by national government at the time of purchasing. The lack of provincial oversight in these dams whilst these were privately owned must also be investigated. The Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development failed to inspect the condition of the dams at the time when it became the custodian of the property. This department must explain why it failed to meet the legal obligation to register the dams as required by Section 122 of the National Water Act. They were indeed playing with people's lives, meager belongings and property. Al Jamar calls on the department to ensure that all the affected residents must be consulted on the loss of material belongings and help rebuild their homes. Lack of accountability, compliance, responsibility, and oversight is the reasons why this community continues to suffer from negligence and the lack of care by those they entrusted. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call the Honourable Adams.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Progressive Caucus. Minister, it was a very interesting statement. The Progressive Caucus expected you to be scathing about the issue of what happened in the Riverlands, where people with money and no respect for the law and due process play with the lives of those who don't have. Minister, the answer to all of this is very, very simple. All dams and catchment areas must be nationalized as a matter of priority. The reason for this, Minister, you've heard the Freedom Front, you've heard the Democratic Alliance, you've heard them try to justify why one person should own all of this. There's no justification for that, Minister. It's a stupid argument. Minister, at this critical stage, this country needs the ANC to come back to the center and fight for a better life for all, instead of standing by and watching the privileged do with us what they want. Thank you.
Is there a speaker from the PAC? I don't see anyone. UAT? Not. We then proceed to the Honorable Ditebe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers, honorable members. Today I dedicate my speech to the people of Guyana in the 9 villages that total 4,487 households which have not had water for years and now have it. From the Nandoni and Nsami dams, and this water is treated and reticulated to them, Honorable Mhlala. We are also pleased that this Department of Water and Sanitation owned dams will further bring relief to 15 more villages by December 2024, which villages currently source water from communal taps, and 31 more villages thereafter will have water reticulated to them at a composite cost of 5.5 billion rand. And may I emphasize that this is just phase 2 of what was started with the 9 villages, which will be followed by 15 villages, which 15 villages, as I said, now receive water from communal taps. But everything is on course to ensure that they receive water. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this demonstrates that no problem is insoluble. As long as we live working with the people, we will help solve their problems and help enhance their safety and well-being. Staying with the topic of dam safety, it is important to recall that not all of the 5,703 dams across the country are for purposes of impounding raw water for treatment and drinking purposes later. Some are tailings dams, such as the Mary Spray Tailings Dam, which failed on the 22nd of February, 1994, killing 17 people and destroying hundreds of homes and other movable assets, as well as the Jagersfontein Dam in the Kopano municipality in the Free State, which tailings dam failed on the 11th of September, 2022, thereby killing 3 people with 1 missing and destroying hundreds of movable and immovable properties. In such man-made disasters as these, there are always grave concerns about the possible seepage of radioactive elements into the local water sources and the hazards that this poses to humans and animals, both physically and otherwise. Thus, the ANC commends Minister Majodina's swift, responsive, transparent, and accountable reaction to the handling of the 4 dams that collapsed in Riverlands area near Malmesbury in the Western Cape province. We are satisfied, Minister, that you have your skin in the game and your heart in the right place to ensure that no violation of the Water Act 36 of 1998 to reform this sector goes without consequences against those that are in violation of the law. We call upon the Department of Water and Sanitation to put in place the requisite measures to address the illegal dam developments, especially in the agricultural sector. We welcome the actions to focus on prioritization of dam safety and progressively addressing the current dam safety evaluation backlog to safeguard our country's water resources and prevent future disasters. Honorable Ndlozi. We build dams in the main to store water and guarantee constant water supply for domestic and commercial use to ensure the rights of citizens and power up our economy. Unsafe dams pose a serious threat to humans and animals and property, as well as the environment. We thus urge the Department of Water and Sanitation to take proactive steps to address illegal dam construction, particularly in the agricultural sector. This is important given the fact that ours is a water-scarce country and that water sources and resources there are must be protected for sustainable use because failure to do so poses national risk, both economically and from a security point of view. We support the minister's call for all dam owners to register their existing dams and submit effective measures that guarantee dam safety and compliance with our existing dam safety legislation. We should never have another Mary Spreight, Jagersfontein, and Riverlands disasters on our hands. It has come to our attention that there have been instances where some farmers have built dams on their farms. However, while doing so, they closed off river tributaries going down the streams that supply water to communities living next to these farms. These illegal activities pose a serious risk to the availability of an already scarce resource that water is. For this reason, we urge the department to go through the 2022 Water Summit resolutions that the department itself convened to address water resource issues, including groundwater. Honorable Deputy Speaker, while he keeps quiet, to address the persistence of illegal and unsafe dams in the country highlights weaknesses in the existing water-related legislation and requires that the department move with speed in introducing the proposed amendments. Currently, the existing legislation requires the minister to issue Section 118 directives to dam owners that fail to comply with legislation, including the registration of dams once they are built. And when they have failed, or when they fail to comply with dam safety, measures and regulations must be effected. In the interim, we wish to applaud and encourage the department to continue using this legislation to enforce compliance. Honorable Deputy Speaker, some members have come here. Honorable Webster has spoken very eloquently, but unfortunately she was addressing very irrelevant issues because it is about dam safety that we are concerned about. The blue drop, green drop, and no drop reports will have time to debate those. And when that time comes, please come and repeat the speech you made here, because your speech today was not relevant. And to those of the party of Ubaba, what Takutunu said, it is inconceivable that we could have every little dam nationalized. It doesn't make sense. Actually, Honorable Mani, if you go to the 5,703 dams, the department owns only 6%, but that might be very misleading because of the 6%, it owns the largest volume of all of those dams, more than any other privately owned land. Now, it is important that we understand that this is part and parcel of transformation and that we need to make sure that we got this very important resource that is water. But it is dam safety that we are concerned about at this point in time. You know, we must
Honourable
refrain,
member,
honourable
your
members,
time has expired.
from oppositionism.
The Honourable Minister will now have the opportunity to reply. Order, honourable members. Honourable members, the Minister will now reply, and as she did not use all of her time during her opening address, she now has an additional 4 minutes. So you have 9 minutes, Honourable Minister.
Speaker, this member is saying to me, this one.
Minister, it's probably because he appreciates what you are saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let me thank all honorable members for your contributions this afternoon. The buzzword here is that the department must ensure that we enforce the law. The department must also put up measures to do evaluation and assessment across 5,703. That's a buzzword here. It is connected to Honorable Ekana. Shahlangana, lesi sale litiba, shahlangana kahle na lesi bulabula isona kwala. Because there are dams that are catchment dams that are built around Litiba, and therefore they are causing as dam safety to the communities there. So the preliminary report, which was rejected by the people there, said those dams must close down. So we had to do due diligence to check the impact of those dams. Therefore, they fall within. It was not a political statement. When we want to make a political statement, we'll come here only, but we don't fear anything. Podium. On the issue of licenses, surely we cannot nationalize a dam. The Water Act is very clear. What is the responsibility of a dam owner? What is the responsibility of a department? Tina, we play our role is that of regulation of the act. But when it comes to ownership of dams, those who are owning dams, the act is very clear that they must ensure that they are compliant. And this house is saying here today, ensure that you enforce compliant. On the issue of Jagersfontein, ozange uchinje pha kwaprasa wena yina. On Jagersfontein, we have received the report now, and that report might assist us to ensure that people are held liable for what has happened there. Already, the Premier of Free State have handed over houses as part of rebuilding the lives of people that must say Jagersfontein. And unfortunately,
Honorable members, please talk through the speaker.
That tailing dam, it was not under our watch, because remember that dam is linked to mining. That is why the first people who went there was Department of Mineral Resources and Energy at the time. But we had to come in because the tailing dams are part of the dams, but the primary responsibility was at the time linked to the Mineral and Resources Department. On the penalty and punishment, we fully agree with honorable members that those who are not compliant, they must be penalized, they must be punished, they must take responsibility of all the wrongs that are caused by them not being compliant. Let's implement the laws. That's what honorable members are saying here. We agree, but it is difficult into about uyazi amadam anga register shwanga api. For instance, the dams that we're talking about, the riverlands, those dams are built on the stream. If you are not a dam engineer like Honorable Ndlozi, you cannot see those dams because they are built on the stream. They just block the stream, build a dam, and they don't use concrete. So when you pass by the stream, you think it is just a stream, whereas there is a dam inside the stream. They are not built on site outside the stream. They are built on the stream. When Dam 4 collapsed, it affected Dam 3. Dam 3 affected Dam 2. Dam 2 affected Dam 1. Then Dam 1 went to the township, and that is where havoc was caused. So we are therefore saying, even if a person built a dam or construct a dam on a stream, a dam is a dam if it meets the requirements. That dam must then be registered accordingly. Hence, we are making a call. We're making a call that all those who have dams, they must assist us. But also, we are working with municipalities that when they do their audit in terms of their space, they must also assist us to give us information that here are the dams so that we can assist and inform them that this is not registered. We are going to decommission. I think that's what we want to hear, Honorable Ndlozi. We're going to decommission dams that have been there for quite some time and they failed to register. For instance, these riverlands dam, they were constructed between 1960 and 1989. That is how long they were constructed. And many of those privately owned dams were constructed at that time. But most of them, they don't have licenses or permit to operate, hence our intervention. And yazi-ke sibethelwa ntoni xa sisithi nansi ingxaki siza nayo apha hayi nationalize nationalize amadami apha. Into sizawuyenza into yoba siregulate le nto imele ukuba kuregulatewa.
Kuphuma nina ke nina nafika nofika shame apha nisebatsha inyawo zimanzi kodwa nizawuqina nizaba right man ethubeni wena manje kudala ujikeleza apha uqala kule party uye kuleya nakuleya yawo gqiba uthi uzawukhupha thina sawukhupha wena apha ekuzuleni uzula too much wena uyazula amadami wona sizawaregulator wena ngomso unganxiba le ngapha ngomso omnye uyonxiba phaa kwa-DA ujikeleze amadami wona sabe siwaregulator sime nawo enkosi kakhulu. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Order, members. That concludes party responses to the statement. The Secretary will now read the first and second orders together.
Consideration of draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2023 at which salaries, allowances, and benefits are payable to the Auditor-General annually, and consideration of draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2024 at which salaries, allowances, and benefits are payable to the Attorney General annually.
The Honourable Vessels will now introduce the report.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the remuneration of heads of institutions supporting democracy, including the Auditor-General, involves a process that is designed to be transparent, follows a clear legislative framework, and involves recommendations from independent bodies. The Public Audit Act prescribes the process to be followed when determining the Auditor-General's remuneration. In terms thereof, the President must consider the recommendations of the Independent Commission for the remuneration of public office bearers. That commission, on its account, takes recommendations and advice from the Remuneration Committee established in terms of the Public Audit Act. The President considered the recommendations made by the Commission and submitted a notice to Parliament. The President's notice informs us that the recommendation is that the Auditor-General receives a salary increment of 3% for the 2023-24 financial year, and for the 2024-25 financial year, a 2.5 salary increment. The recommendation took into account the role, duties, functions, responsibilities of the Auditor-General, and also took into account the current fiscal position and budget constraints faced by the country. It is important that whilst we remain vigilant regarding the fiscal constraints, the remuneration of the heads of institutions supporting democracy should be well aligned with the private sector and be competitive as to attract suitable and competent individuals. Chairperson, the increases will amount that the salary of the AGSA for the 2023-24 year will be 5.551713, and for 2024-25, 5.690506. The Standing Committee on the Auditor-General considered this notice by the President, and we recommend that the National Assembly approves the President's determination in relation to the 2023-24 and 2024-25 remuneration of the Auditor-General. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration, the opportunity to do so. The ANC. My apologies. Honourable Member, will you just return? The first party I'm supposed to call is the DA, the Democratic 'Is there a declaration?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
The top one, I think, is your Marangi.
May I request the Honorable Gigale to mute the microphone, please? Please continue.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members and fellow citizens, as a concerned member of Parliament, I rise today to emphasize the critical importance of the Office of the Auditor-General, the Public Audit Act, and the determination of the Auditor-General's remuneration rate. The Office of the Auditor-General, as the nation's supreme audit institution, is a key pillar of our democracy, ensuring transparency, accountability, and effective governance in the use of public funds, thereby building public confidence and trust in the nation's finances. As outlined in National Assembly Rule 251, the Standing Committee on the Auditor-General oversees the Auditor-General and performs functions specified in the Public Audit Act. This includes auditing national and provincial state departments, constitutional institutions, municipalities, and various other entities and state-owned companies. Notably, the Auditor-General's office is mostly self-funded, receiving no government appropriation except as per Section 23 of the Public Audit Act, and consults on its budget solely with the Standing Committee and National Treasury. Having served on the Standing Committee and the preceding ad hoc committee that appointed the current Auditor-General, Ms. Tsakani Maluleke, I have witnessed firsthand the outstanding work done by her office. Under her leadership, the office has demonstrated exceptional professionalism, achieving remarkable results, recovering financial losses amounting to 1.29 billion, preventing financial losses of 560 million, and currently processing 700 million rand in financial losses. A fair, reasonable, and competitive remuneration package ensures that the Auditor-General's independence, credibility, and effectiveness. The interconnectedness of these three components is vital in promoting accountability and transparency in government finances, maintaining public trust and credibility in institutions, supporting the fight against corruption and maladministration. Therefore, as the legislative authority, it is essential that we strengthen the Office of the Auditor-General's independence and capacity, that we ensure that the Public Audit Act remains effective and relevant, and determine the Auditor-General's remuneration rate in a fair, transparent, and fiscally responsible manner. And in doing so, Honorable Chair, we reinforce the foundation of good governance, accountability, and transparency, serving the best interests of all the people of South Africa. Honorable House Chair, with these remarks, the Democratic Alliance supports the report, and I thank you.
Thank you. The MK Party. Order, honorable members.
Please protect me from Mrs. Honorable members.
Order, honorable members.
Honorable members, the MK Party has noted the important work done by the Auditor-General of South Africa in line with the Constitution and the Public Audit Act of 2004. This is one of the foremost institutions supporting constitutional democracy and accountability. The MK Party believes the independence of the AGSA, which stems from the Constitution, is sacrosanct and undertakes to do everything as the official opposition to defend this position. We are satisfied as the MK party that the AGSA and as the supreme audit institution of our country meets the very high standard it had set and expects from its auditees. In our contributions to the Standing Committee, the MK Party highlighted a number of critical risks arising out of the additional powers bestowed on the AGSA. This must be exercised with caution. The MK Party supports the recommendations of the Independent Commission to approve the salary allowance and benefits of the Auditor-General by 3% and 2.5% for the 2023-24 and 2024-25 financial years, respectively. I thank you.
Thank you. The EFF. All the honorable members.
House Chairperson, let me begin by giving greetings to the Commander-in-Chief, President Julius Malema, commissars, fighters, and ground forces. House Chairperson, in a country like ours, where corruption, maladministration, and financial mismanagement by the ANC have long crippled our state institutions, the Auditor-General plays an indispensable role in safeguarding the integrity of public finances. The work of Auditor-General has had a profound impact on uncovering widespread irregularities in municipalities, state department, and state-owned entities. Through thorough and independent audits, the Auditor-General has not only exposed billions in wasteful expenditure, but also helped identify systematic weaknesses in how public resources are managed. The work of safeguarding the financial integrity of the entire nation cannot come cheaply, nor should we ever treat it as expendable. However, we must also ensure that this increase is in line with principles of fiscal responsibility. The EFF also emphasizes that salary increases of key public officers must be matched by clear performance targets and accountability measures. While the salary of the Auditor-General is a matter of importance, it is a bigger issue at hand. It's ensuring that the office continues to function as the guardian of public funds. We must support and strengthen the work of AGSA by ensuring that the auditees that owe the office pay up. It cannot be that the office is owed more than 1 billion rands in audit fees by municipalities, government departments, and SOEs, and it repays business as usual in South Africa. A better funding model of this institution must be implemented, and the EFF will be in the forefront of protecting this office from those wanting to do it harm. Furthermore, the Auditor-General must play a pivotal role in ensuring that the portion of procurement is local. It is her responsibilities as well to drive the nation to industrialization. Police uniforms must be procured locally. The food for school feeding schemes must be procured locally. The EFF supports the proposed remuneration. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. The IFP.
Thank you so much, Honorable House Chairperson. One of the most important independent constitutional institutions is the Auditor-General. The Auditor-General operates as the highest auditing authority in the Republic. The Office of the AG is entrusted with the task of monitoring and reporting on the spending of public funds at all state institutions, effectively promoting transparency and accountability. Furthermore, the work of the AG helps Parliament fulfill its oversight role. A developing country requires strong mechanisms to safeguard the public purse. The AG's report gives both the legislature and citizens the opportunity to scrutinize those in public service. Investigations into irregular, unauthorized, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure have been a recurring issue in South Africa's recent history, costing the state billions of rands. However, as it is designed by law that these reports are made public, it is now common knowledge that in the 2021-2022 general report, the government lost close to 12 billion rands due to suspected fraud and non-compliance with legislation. The IFP has consistently commended the exemplary work done by the AG. Furthermore, the IFP was one of the first parties to call for the enhanced powers of the AG. We also voted in favor of the expanded powers of the AG, allowing the officer to take binding remedial action against accounting officers of departments and entities where material irregularities have been uncovered. This is because the IFP understands what is at stake. The Auditor-General plays a crucial role in ensuring the responsible and efficient use of state funds for the benefit of our people. In consideration of the issues we have raised, Honorable Chairperson, the IFP accept the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The PA.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. No declarations from the PA and in support. Thank you.
Thank you. The Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The FF Plus supports the recommendations by the committee.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. We hope in the 7th Parliament it won't be business as usual. The Auditor-General does a good job every year, but nothing comes out of those issues. There has to be better consequence management, and we hope the Auditor-General will be funded even more so that we can have prognostic commentary on the structures that they audit. If the place cannot work, we need to know. If we need to have replacements, we need to know. We need to be an active parliament that takes action to fix matters. What is the point of recalling the artisan to come and tell you that your roof is leaking and you do nothing about the leaking roof? And they come next year, it's leaking even more, and the support structures are being impacted upon. It is time we get value for money so that we cease to be a failed government. We have to get out of being a failing state when you have a fully functional Auditor-General that gives us reports and nothing comes out of it. Let us be a parliament of action to save our nation. We support the budget, but we expect more from those that are being reported upon. And there has to be accountability to heads of department. We have municipalities that should not function. We have health departments like the Gauteng Department of Health that should be taken over. Chair, can we ensure that we get value for money and we stop spending money for few returns?
The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP supports the report, but I'd like to just add to what the previous speaker has alluded to. Now, next month, we as Parliament will be embarking on the budget review reporting process, where committees will be considering departmental annual reports and where the AG's report will be included in those reports. And obviously, that is for the previous financial year. Now, when departments receive qualified reports or even disclaimers, corrective action must be instituted. And you will find that the AG's office will come to the portfolio committees and give a briefing as to the previous financial year. Now, we as Parliament previously amended the Public Audit Act to give the Auditor-General additional powers, particularly when it comes to material irregularities. The AG has reported that the issuing of a material irregularity notification to accounting officers often jolts them into action to address irregularities and transgressions that they should have addressed previously. And we saw that now in the recent municipal report as well. But we can take the step further when it comes to consequence management, when it comes to reclaiming funds. We can request the AG, in terms of the Public Audit Act, to give us an indication of the steps that are being taken where a material irregularity has been found and where notification has been issued. And there should, as the previous speaker from Action South Africa said, far more consequence management, far more funds should be collected. The AG has those powers, and we would urge them to take those powers and enforce them. And lastly, I fully support the sentiment about the model, the funding model. Auditees must pay their dues. Otherwise, the Auditor General's office is severely impacted. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The UDM,
No declarations, Chair. We support the report.
thank you. Rise Mzansi.
So earlier I said kurno mintirable. When we consider this report, we must ask ourselves whether the Auditor General has done enough to deserve an increase. And the answer to that question is yes. The Auditor General has done enough. Therefore, she deserves an increase. Or the Auditor General deserves an increase, because maybe the next Auditor General might not be the same one now. Because not only in terms of the auditing the departments and municipalities, but also assisting ourselves as members of parliament in holding the executive and the entities accountable. If it was not for the work of the Auditor General, we wouldn't know the extent of the looting and the stealing of public funds that's happening in our municipalities and provincial governments, state entities, and everywhere else. Therefore, from ourselves as Rising Mzansi, we say that the Auditor General deserves the increase for both the years as stipulated in the report, and we fully support the report.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Bosa.
Bill 1SA is in support of the report with no declaration.
Thank you. ATM. Al Jama.
Thank you, Chair. No declaration. Al Jama supports.
Thank you. NCC.
Thank you, Chair. While the NCC is in support, we have concerns. With clean audits being flouted by the City of Cape Town, yet people before the courts for 850 million rand worth of fraud. It leaves serious questions. The office of the Auditor General can never, the integrity of that office can never be called into question, Chair. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The PAC. UAT. Good. And the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair and honorable members, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. The African National Congress supports the report of the Standing Committee on the Auditor General regarding the determination of the remuneration of the Auditor General in South Africa. We debate this report after the passing of former Minister Pravin Gordhan, who was a fearless freedom fighter and nation builder, who in his time in government tackled many of the issues the Auditor General had raised as challenges in the governance system. By strengthening the Auditor General as a government of national unity in the 7th administration, we will be honoring the lives of those who have died for our freedom as we prepare to celebrate Heritage Day. In this month, we also celebrate 130 years.
Point of order. What is the point of order, Honorable Member?
The Honorable Member, we're making a declaration on the Auditor General. He's raising fallen heroes and funerals, and this is a point of relevance.
No, that's not a point of order,
All of us
Honorable
will do
Member.
that, Chairperson. Someone is going to talk about.
Not a point of order, Honorable Member. Will you take your seat now? Thank you. Please proceed, Honorable Member.
In this month, we celebrate also the 130 years of the Natal Indian Congress, which was also contributed to the liberation struggle in South Africa. The report before us is related to the remuneration of the Auditor General as heads of institutions supporting democracies, ISDs, are remunerated in terms of the determination of remuneration of office bearers of Independent Constitutional Institutional Laws Amendment Act. The African National Congress notes that in the 6th administration, the Auditor General has had to implement the Public Audit Amendment Act, which the ANC had advanced to deal decisively with the levels of financial mismanagement in the public service by giving the AG the necessary teeth and more powers to follow up and ensure consequence management due to material irregularities. The AGSA, through its core mandate, has always ensured that public funds are used efficiently, effectively, and for their intended purpose. This amendment, that is the Public Audit Amendment Act, resulted in positive outcomes, which the current AG has focused on this implementation. And for the national and provincial governments, as was alluded to earlier, 1.29 billion in financial losses were recovered, whilst 560 million rands were prevented. Concerning the Municipal Financial Management Act AG report, focusing on local government, 924.1 million rand was recovered. In the evolving landscape of governance and public administration, accountability, transparency, and integrity are foundational principles that underpin effective and equitable management of public resources. Honorable members, the AGSA is ranked amongst the best auditing institutions globally. This is an indication that amongst us in the public sector, we have the best minds in the field of accounting. The AGSA goes beyond the traditional financial audit, utilizing the elements of a performance audit to provide comprehensive evaluations of the public sector efficiency, and these are embodied in the reports we see from time to time. We emphasize that the 2.5% to 3% adjustment in the financial years provides much needed relief in a period when the cost of living is high due to inflation, which was 6% in 2023. The increased rate factors in the economic conditions and the state of the fiscus, which requires prudent use. We commend the dedication of the AGSA and her team. They have chosen the public service over lucrative private sector opportunities, and their hard work is reflected in their consistent commitment to the country's development and transformation. It is crucial that accounting officers timeously implement the reports of the AGSA, and consequence management should be implemented, as poor outcomes are also related to the level of quality of expenditure. To achieve these outcomes, various stakeholders in the accountability ecosystem have to play their role, including this House and our Parliament. Honorable members, we are concerned that cumulatively, several state institutions owes the AG over 1 billion rand. If paid, it will enable the AGSA to continue building its capabilities in the digital age and to enhance its capacity and capabilities. The strengthening of the AGSA will further improve financial management as it provides the required advice and feedback to state institutions in the audit cycle. As I conclude, the ANC remains steadfast in advancing an ethical and capable development state which responds to the needs of our people and addresses the injustice of the past towards creating a national democratic society which is democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, equitable, and prosperous nation. The fact that all parties have stood here today and supported the budget and the recommendation is an ample proof that the AGSA is a national asset and it must be protected at all times. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on the Auditor-General, which recommends, amongst other things, the approval of the draft notice and determination of remuneration of the Auditor-General with effect from 1 April 2023, as it appears on the order paper? Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. Are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on the Auditor-General, which recommends, amongst other things, the approval of the draft notice on determination of remuneration of the Auditor-General with effect from 1 April 2024, as it appears on the order paper? No objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the third and fourth orders together.
Consideration of draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2023 at which salaries, allowances and benefits are payable to members of the Electoral Commission annually. Consideration of draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2024 at which salaries, allowances and benefits are payable to members of the Electoral Commission annually.
I now invite the chairperson of the committee, the Honorable Chabane, who will introduce the report.
And I can and honorable members, we consider this notice following the conclusion of the 2024 national and provincial elections. The work of the IEC, in line with its constitutional mandate, has always been a critical matter of oversight for the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs. The committee therefore will express itself on the work of the Home Affairs upon receipt of a comprehensive report of the report of election as well as its annual performance, and will be tabled in this House before the end of this year for consideration. We highlight this, House Chair, noting issues which were raised in the committee meeting before we can receive this report. The Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, having considered the draft notice of the President, determination of salaries, allowances of members of various institutions, including the commissioners of the Electoral Commission of South Africa. A notice dated 28 May 2024 was received on the President of the Republic, requiring the National Assembly to consider this determination of salaries and allowance of various institutions, including the IEC, in terms of determination of remuneration of office bearers for the financial year 2023-2024 and financial year 2024-2025 financial year, usually required by end of financial year. Section 219, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provides that national legislation must establish framework for determining salaries, allowances and benefits of office bearers of Chapter 9 institution and members of commissions provided for in the Constitution, including the Electoral Commission referred to in Section 192 of the Constitution. Section 7, subsection 2 of the Electoral Act provides that the condition of service and remuneration, allowances, and other benefits of commissioners shall from time to time be determined by the President after consultation with the Commission established by Section 2 of the Constitution, and a distinction may be made between the commissioners appointed in full-time and part-time capacity. The President received annual salary recommendation from the public office bearers of independent constitutional institution, from Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. The Commission recommended 3.8 salary increment for all categories of public office bearers, including members of the Independent Constitutional Institution. The President considered the Commission's recommendation and serious economic challenges facing the country and decided on the 3% increment for all members of the Independent Constitutional Institution. The one part-time IEC commissioner is a judge, and as such is remunerated in terms of the Section 2, subsection 4 of Judge Remuneration and Condition of Employment Act, number 47 of 2001. The committee, having deliberated, concur with the President's determination on the remuneration of adjustment of IEC commissioners, that an increase of 3% be implemented for the 2023-2024 financial year, a 2.5% for 2024-2025 financial year for chairperson and other full-time commissioners. A part-time commissioner will be remunerated a daily rate or hourly rate calculated on the basic salary of judges of the High Court. Honorable members, in our deliberation, we must keep in mind the need to ensure that commission require adequate skills and experienced commissioners to ensure that our electoral system are responsive to the current challenges. The salaries increment considered by the President of the IEC commissioners is below the annual inflation and has taken account of our economic challenges. The committee recommends that the National Assembly approve the notice determining the remuneration of commissioners of the IEC. Likens.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The DA. Thank you, House Chairperson. We are here to consider a retrospective salary adjustment of 3% to be implemented for the 23-24 financial year and 2.5% for the 24-25 financial years for the chairperson and other full-time commissioners of the Independent Electoral Commission. This is down from the 3.8% recommendation of the President received from the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers, who considers the annual salary adjustments for public office bearers of the independent constitutional institutions. Now, this is not a performance bonus, but it serves to keep the role more or less in line with inflation. The DA supports the salary adjustment to keep the IEC Commissioner salaries in line with the rates required to attract the highly capable and specialized individuals who are required to fill these critical roles. The IEC is responsible for one of the most important democratic functions in South Africa, ensuring that we have free and fair elections, and we need the best of the best to steer the ship. The salary increase is substantially below the rates of inflation and in no way comparable to the astronomical and overinflated increases we saw across the public service during the state capture years. The state capture era emptied our coffers, hollowed our state institutions, and sent our economy into a tailspin. Now, many of the architects of state capture and the situation we find ourselves in are proudly seated to our left in this House, whose benches read like a roll call of the Zondo Commission. Now, these opponents to the salary increase for IEC commissioners will have you believe that increases to these roles must be determined by the performance of the individual, which is very ironic, and not by their skills and competitive rate needed to fill the post. And this is simply irrational. What the opponents to this increase fail to see is that without a competitive salary, when it comes time to fill the post, if it's not competitive, you will not be able to attract the skills needed to fulfill the constitutional mandate of the commissioners, and ultimately you will undermine our democracy. We agree that an electoral review is critical and that senior leadership needs to be held accountable. By all means, challenge bonus payments to IEC commissioners and challenge the suitability of commissioners to hold that office. But we cannot afford to devalue the office itself. The DA believes that we must build a capable state, and this means paying for specialist skills and services. We must be careful that the salary of the role is not determined by the performance of the individual in that post. Doing this would disregard standard procedures when determining salaries to ensure that the skills required for the position are acquired. For example, Home Affairs general management positions increased, or they've received over the top salary increases since 2009, while they have struggled to appoint a suitably qualified CIO in recent times, as the salary for that role is too low. Now, without the strategic and expensive resource, system downtime increased at an alarming rate over this time period. So we need a capable state that can attract top professionals with a laser-like focus on fulfilling the mandate of the IEC. The DA is in support of the proposed remuneration adjustment of the IEC commissioners and recommends that the National Assembly approve the notice determining the remuneration of commissioners of the Electoral Commission of South Africa. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. The MK Party.
Thank you, Chairperson. His Excellency President Zuma is conveying his greetings to everyone here. The IEC Isafan, the Brigalia Bam, Prof. Mandla Mchunu IEC was a beacon of hope. That IEC knew that every vote counts. This IEC dismisses genuine complaints of vote rigging and characterizes them as immaterial. This IEC dismisses efforts of our gogos who braved the weather and endured long queues at the polling station to cast their votes. They say their votes lack materiality. Wow. This IEC has no regard for constitutional rights of individuals to vote. They say your vote is immaterial. This IEC has some of its commissioners mired in a whole range of alleged corruption elsewhere in the continent and in the country. This does not inspire confidence. This IEC is clouded with allegations of being even collaborators with the CIA, a strategic enemy of developmental and decolonization agenda. The IEC requires to have unquestionable moral authority. The MK party demands an IEC with ethics and integrity that are beyond reproach. The MK party demands that the IEC does not put the country at avoidable risk of unrest. It is totally irresponsible to be discussing salary adjustments of this IEC. This IEC must be overhauled so that 2029 can represent the real will of the people, not a predetermined outcome. As the MK party, we reject with contempt these salary adjustments as irrational.
Order,
and
honorable
instead,
members.
we are calling for a revamp of the IEC so that we have a proper IEC that we can believe. A
Order,
proper
order,
IEC
order, Speaker.
that we can
Order,
trust.
order.
Mkhonto Gwaza.
Order.
Mkhonto Gwaza.
Order, Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members.
Order.
Honorable member, why did you disrupt your chief whip?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the member there needs to get she needs to get a breathalyzer test. I'm worried she might be
It's
under
not
the
a point of
influence
order.
alcohol. She's interfering with.
Honorable
the
member,
speaker.
take your seat.
That
It's not
is
a point of
totally
order.
unparliamentary.
Please take your seat. Order. The EFF.
The ANC bloc must behave.
No, honorable member, I didn't recognize you. Switch off your microphone. The EFF, they must speak now.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The IEC is a critical institution of our democracy, responsible for ensuring free and fair elections. The independence of the Electoral Commission is crucial for maintaining public confidence in the electoral processes. While we support this 3% adjustment for IEC commissioners, we, however, have a number of issues we want to raise regarding the performance of the IEC in the recent 2024 national and provincial elections. The 2024 elections were among the fiercely contested elections thus far in the history of our democracy and have been historic in a sense that for the first time in 30 years, independent candidates could stand for public office, and the ANC for the first time in 30 years was reduced to a 40% party. As important and historic as these elections were, they also exposed serious failures by IEC commissioners on numerous fronts. VMD devices abruptly stopped working on voting day. The queues at voting stations were long, with people having to wait hours just to cast their votes. What is even more sad is that some people were turned away from the voting stations. In the lead up to the elections, the IEC website kept going down, and this meant that thousands of online registrations could not be processed on time, and this denied thousands of would-be first-time voters an opportunity to cast their votes. When people were anxiously waiting for results, the results dashboard at the National Operations Center went down, just like the VMDs, just like the website. We will remember the 2024 election as an election where every system of the IEC kept going down to the detriment of ordinary voters. We must remind the IEC that in South Africa, the right to vote is very sacrosanct and it is not to be taken lightly, because it did not come on a silver platter. It came through years of struggle, years of pain and death. Thousands of enthusiastic first-time voters were turned away on voting day due to Section 24, which we warned and spoke against in the committee, because we know that many of our people are labor migrants. They are on the move all the time. The IEC failed to do proper voter education on the 3 ballots. And what made matters worse is that in some of the voting stations, the IEC staffs themselves lacked sufficient training and were themselves ignorant of how many ballots a voter is entitled. Some people ended up being denied the full set of ballot papers. As we speak now, thousands of ordinary IEC temporary staff were still waiting to be paid.
Honorable member,
Some were not paid. in
time
full.
has now expired.
All right.
Thank you.
We support.
The IFP. The IFP.
Honorable Chairperson, having carefully considered the submission by the Portfolio Committee, the IFP is in full support. Further, considering the Commission's recommendation and the serious economic challenges facing the country, it is a decision to implement a 3% salary increment for all members of the independent constitutional institutions is recommended. Honorable Chairperson, the role of commissioners is a critical one, and as such, it must be compensated accordingly. And in that way, talented individuals can be attracted and retained in this role. It is for this reason that the IFP supports any and all efforts that seek to compensate a role in constitutional institutions. The process of determining the salaries and allowances of members of various institutions has followed the prescribed procedures espoused in our laws. As the IFP, we are therefore in support of these adjustments. Honorable Chairperson, the IFP has always adopted a stance of
Honorable member,
transparency when it comes.
Honorable member at the podium, will you just take a seat, please? I want to recognize the Honorable Reddy.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. We are getting a bit blinded here with all the shiny coming from the hat. If the member can please do
No,
something. to
honorable
cover the
member.
hat. It's affecting the
Honorable
eyes,
member.
Speaker, please.
No, no.
Your jacket
no.
is the same.
Wait.
I made sure the
Honorable-
jacket.
Sokuphoxa nje into
No, honorable members.
sokuthini-
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
sokukhumbuza la uvele
Honorable
khona.
Minister. Now just calm down, honorable members.
Sokuphoxa.
Honorable Reddy, we don't reflect on the attire that especially female members wear in this chamber. It can be interpreted as sexist
Angena umngane
and it
wami.
is unbecoming. I want you to withdraw that remark, please.
I withdraw, Speaker.
Thank you.
It's a time and it's getting a bit tiring now. you know?
Honorable member, take your seat now. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I rise in terms of Rule 85. Chair, thank you for your ruling. But I would like to ask you, Chair, that there is an even application of the rules on members. The honorable member the whole afternoon has been rising on frivolous and clownish points of order and is not being called to order about that, rendering the whole notion of a point of order to be useless. So I'm asking you, Chairperson, whether it's in the Rules Committee or in the Chief Whip's Forum that there's a stricter application of this, but this clownish behavior, abusing points of order, lands us with these
Thank you.
sexist remarks that she's making.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Please proceed, Honorable Member.
Ngizomphoxa ukuthi ngiyahlonipha nje.
Order, Honorable Members.
Honorable Chairperson, the IFP has always adopted a stance of transparency when it comes to remuneration of public office bearers. In this regard, the IFP commends the thorough work the committee has done. In conclusion, House Chairperson, the IFP notes the recurrent salary increase of 3% for the financial year 2023-2024 and 2.5% for the 2024-2025 financial year. Given the constraints in the fiscus, the IFP accepts the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Sokuphoxa wena re.
The PA. Order,
you.
honorable members.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Initially, I did not have a
Order, honorable
declaration.
members.
Initially, I did not have a declaration, but I think just in view and in light of what Honorable Reddy said to a female today, we don't need to get personal. We are all still human beings here today, and we can respect each other, having different political views, but not on a personal level, Honorable Reddy. I
Speaker,
humbly
I
ask.
withdrew,
I
and
don't
I
recognize you.
apologized.
I
I
don't
apologize.
recognize you, honorable Reddy. Yes, honorable member.
Again, while I'm raising my point, you're asking me to sit down. Respectfully for what the
Honorable
law is.
member,
Thank
address
you.
me as the chairperson and not the member.
Because before we are politicians, we are human beings, Honorable Reddy, and you are again doing it. And maybe it is that glow and glitter you
Thank
were
you.
talking about.
Thank you,
the
honorable
GNU.
member. Please take your seat now. Thank you.
It might be the glow and glitter of the GNU. Something would not last. We are trying to make a change for South
Honorable
Africans.
member, please take your seat now. You said you didn't have a declaration.
I just
I allowed you.
on a point
Yes,
of
I allowed you. I allowed you.
support. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I've ruled on the matter. I've ruled on the matter. Thank you. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. My apologies for not using my video. The Freedom Front Plus will support the recommendation of a portfolio committee that the committee concur with the President's determination on the remuneration adjustment of IEC commissioners and that a retrospective salary increase of 3% be implemented for 23-24 financial year and 2.5% for 24-25 financial years for the chairperson and other full-time commissioners relative to the last salary level adopted for the 22-23 financial year. Maar die huis moet ook vandag met mekaar eerlik wees en die vraag vra of hierdie verhogings wel verdiend is. Ons het tydens die 29 Mei verkiesing gesien en ervaar dat die OVK nie ten volle gereed en voldoende voorbereid was om die betrokke dag te hanteer nie en oral reg deur die land het daar enorme probleme ontstaan wat honderde duisende kiesers laat omdraai sonder om te stem omrede daar groot probleme by verskeie stempunte ontstaan het. En aan die kiesers wat wel nie omgedraai het nie en vir ure lank in toue gestaan het om te stem, wil ons wel hartlik bedank. Gedurende stemdag was daar chaos by meeste van die stempunte in die Pretoria area gewees en dit was duidelik dat die OVK beamptes en selfs die hoofkiesbeamptes nie voldoende opgelei was nie. En by verskeie stempunte het al die ander skandeermasjiene nie gewerk nie en as dit wel gewerk het, was daar net een in gebruik in plaas van 4 en dit het baie kiesers frustreer. Die feit dat hoofkiesbeamptes by verskeie stempunte nie die verskil geken het tussen 'n nasionale en provinsiale verkiesing teenoor die van 'n plaaslike regeringsverkiesing was skrikwekkend geweest. Verskeie hoofkiesbeamptes het die streekstembrief stembus gemerk as 'n munisipale stembrief stembus en behalwe hiervoor was daar by verskeie stempunte in Pretoria veral in die moordgebied algehele chaos geweest. Ons partyagente moes inspring en help om die chaos te ontlont en kiesers was by sekere stempunte so kwaad oor die OVK beamptes wat nie opgelei was nie dat die SAPD by sekere lokale in die gesiene area ingeroep moes word om die situasie te ontlont. When with accounting of the ballots after closing of the voting stations, many voting stations' final tallies were wrong and parties have to declare a dispute in order for those voting stations to be recounted so that the final tallies could be rectified. These recounts took place by Saturday night and Sunday morning before the official announcement of the final votes. Therefore, Chairperson, the question need to be asked, can these salary adjustments be justified? Irrespective of that, the Freedom Front
Honourable
Plus
member, your
support
time has
the recommendation.
expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Action essay.
Thank you, Chair. We support the increases to the officials. But we'd like to ensure that we put that money to good use.
Point of order. Honorable Chair, the previous one. We object. We're almost done, Honorable Florik. Just finish the session.
Thank you, Honorable Ndlozi. Please take your seat.
Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, please. Save us.
Honorable member, please continue.
Chair, can I have my 15 seconds
Yes,
back?
no, I'll give you that
Ah.
courtesy of the Honorable Ndlozi.
My appeal is to the members to ensure that the IEC is fully supported to do proper voter education. We have challenges in our society where we have our children that can't read for meaning, and we are destroying educational budgets by reducing the number of teachers. The greatest work that they have is in between. To ensure that the vote has meaning, we need to improve the ability of our citizens to critical thinking. Because if you can't think critically, a vote is wasted on you. And we need to ensure that this burgeoning democracy survives. We would like to see the IEC go into the 21st century, where technology should be utilized to ensure that voting is easy. We can walk and chew gum. We can accommodate the youth, accommodate the modern age, and ensure that those that still want paper can get paper. But we need to ensure that in between now and the next election in 2026, voter education begins now. We cannot have a situation where we have a 15% poll or a 30% poll, because that means there's something wrong fundamentally. We are not educating society about the importance of voting. We are making the vote meaningless. And an appeal to all of us that we need to ensure that those that are in grade 7 now, that will be voting in 4 years' time, have to be given the knowledge and the resources to use that vote properly. No political partisanship from officials. They should be neutral. They should put the country first, and they should promote a multi-party democracy as our constitution envisages. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ICDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP supports the report of the PC on Home Affairs, and I think it's very important that we share the concerns that other parties have expressed from this podium about the previous elections, the long queues, the very undertrained staff, faulty machines, issues at the report center. And we believe there must be significant improvement in the Commission's performance in the run-up to the next elections. And so whilst we're talking about elections, it's also important to note the work of the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel, which has now, on the 26th of August, invited submissions on reform of our election system. And of course, building on the Van Zyl-Slabbert Commission, the Motlanthe High-Level Panel, and the Ministerial Advisory Task Team on Electoral Reform. Now, this is a further opportunity for electoral reform and what we believe was a missed opportunity in the previous Parliament. This panel will be guided by various principles, and it's incumbent upon all of us to be involved in that process. But I think getting back to the issues raised earlier, I think voter education is paramount in the run-up to the next elections, particularly given the decrease in the number of voters, the disillusioned youth, and I think that is something we should all be very aware of. The ACDP, as indicated, will support this report. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The UDM supports the report because the salary increase is necessary to help the commissioners to keep up with the rising cost of living. However, it is our considered view that the IEC failed to deliver free and fair elections in the 2024 national and provincial elections. Some of the failures include the changes in the IEC legislation, which were not communicated properly to the voters, which then caused confusion and resulted in a lot of people not voting. The capacity, as already indicated, of IEC staff, on the other hand, was also questionable as they lacked adequate training prior to the elections. Not only that, the VMD machines that were purchased turned out to be dysfunctional, as in many VDs, they had to revert back to manual use, which slowed down the voting process and procedures drastically, resulting in long queues. Many voters from across the country experienced a series of challenges, such as the delays attributed to glitches which voter management devices caused, the late opening of some voting stations due to delayed arrival of election material, and confusion among voters over the requirement to fill in the Section 24A forms for changing voting stations. Even our president, Olomisa, was affected by this. He had to leave a voting station at Mtata Town Hall after being told that his name was not on the voters' roll. Such was the confusion around the elections, and such were the challenges which, in our view, contributed significantly to the low voter turnout that we saw, because we're of the view that some of the voters actually gave up while waiting in long queues outside of voting stations. And if we can't address this, IEC cannot address these issues going forward, it means that their actions will undermine the credibility of the electoral process, which might even lead to instability in the country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Rise Mzansi.
Makhensa Mthamastool. Mthamastool. Aningisele Mthamastool wa committee. Nukingisela makwa. Leswi twa ku ri no loko nkarhi o presenta report leyi wa swi vona we ku ri swilo a swi fambangi kahle ka election ya lembe leri. Swilo a swi fambangi kahle. And ku va swilo swi nga fambi kahle, it's because of the IEC. It's like they were surprised that there was an election. It's like they didn't know that there was an election. If there's one thing that I'll ask of you, Makwapa, the 2026 readiness, when they come to report on the 2024, what happened in the 2024 elections, on that very same meeting, they must start reporting on the readiness for 2026. Because we all know we are going to an election in 2026. They must not act surprised. You know, like that at 10 o'clock, we get told that no, you are no longer using the machines because the machines are offline. If we are going to use the machines, whichever machines that are going to be used in 2026, they must present to you this year, not wait for 2026. Because the problem is that we have a commission that acts surprised that there's an election. So, Nkombela Kawe Makwa, you see, I'm addressing you. Nkombela Kawe. Emma Wukweni aware, election ta 2026. Suleka we. Itsembeleka we sos. We na committee aware. So, Lokonkare alongside this committee, this report, we understand where it comes from and the basis on which we are asked to support this report. We don't have a problem supporting it, but let it be known that this is the last time. If they continue, they won't get it. It's the last time. Kensosne.
Thank you. Bosa.
Thank you, House Chair. As Bill want to say, we are in support of the reports, and this is because it is imperative that we retain and actually grow the trust of the public and the electorates, and not only the electoral process, but also in the institution that is mandated with overseeing free and fair elections in South Africa. We believe that how the institution is resourced is a powerful message to the public, and it is a powerful show of the commitment to ensure that this institution is able to uphold free and fair elections. Thank you.
Thank you. ITM. Al-Jamal. The NCC. The PIC. The UIT. Good. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC supports the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs report in agreeing with the President's decision on the 3% increment for all categories of public office bearers, including members of the Commission, for the 2023-24 and 2.5% for the 2024-25 financial years. We agree with the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee that this increment is the most rational and judicious thing considering the serious economic challenges facing the country. Also that the increments are part and parcel of the rights that workers enjoy under our labor laws. It will be inconsistent of us with the labor laws if we are to deny the office bearers of the IEC, of the independent constitutional institution, an annual increment that they are entitled to. We reiterate the point that we should not conflate the matters of the performance of the IEC in the recent 2024 national and provincial elections with the matter of considering the increment. We are saying this because, as lawmakers, we cannot make a decision on the basis of presumptions. The IEC is yet to present its report to the Portfolio Committee on the 2024 national and provincial elections. The committee will be guided by facts emanating from that report to decide on the next course of action. Therefore, we are not yet debating or considering the report of the performance of the IEC on the 2024 national and provincial elections. The ANC has carefully considered this report and we are fully in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, which recommends, among other things, the approval of the draft notice on determination of remuneration of the commissioners of the Electoral Commission of South Africa with effect from 1 April 2023, as it appears in the order paper? Honourable Manye.
The MK objects.
Thank you. Any other objections? With the objection of the MK noted, the report is accordingly agreed to. Honourable members, are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, which recommends, amongst other things, the approval of the draft notice on determination of remuneration of the commissioners of the Electoral Commission of South Africa with effect from 1 April 2024, as it appears on the order paper? Is there an objection? Any member formally want to move it?
Yeah,
Honourable.
we move,
Thank
we
you.
object against it.
With the objection of MK noted, any other objections? Okay, with the objection of MK noted, the report is accordingly agreed to. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of request for approval by Parliament of protocol to amend the Convention on Offences and certain other acts committed on board aircraft in terms of Section 2312 of Constitution 1996.
I now recognize the Honourable Selamolela to introduce the report.
Honorable Chair of the session, thanks very much. Colleagues, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Transport, I'm presenting before this August and Honorable House, the National Assembly, for the consideration of the request for approval of the report of the Committee on the ratification of the protocol to amend the Convention on Offences and certain other acts committed on board of aircrafts. The International Civil Aviation Organization is a United Nations-linked structure which has 193 countries affiliated and deals with important air transport policy and standardization innovations which are approved by member states, which constitute the International Civil Aviation Organization Assembly, or by the Council which the Assembly elects. Honorable members, civil aviation plays a critical economic role in transport logistics in the country. South Africa has always maintained world-class standards in terms of safety and security in civil aviation. Therefore, this protocol seeks to further strengthen the country's safety and security in civil aviation. The committee received a brief on the ratification to amend the Convention on Offences and certain other acts committed on board of the aircrafts. There were numerous loopholes in the Tokyo Convention, which the country ratified in the year 1972,
And in order to deal with the lacuna or the loopholes that exist in the convention met in Montreal and adopted the protocol to amend the Convention on Offences and certain other acts committed on board. South Africa signed the protocol on the 25th of September 2019 during the 40th ICAO Assembly. The Montreal Protocol entered into force on 1st January 2020 following the ratification by 22 member states. Honorable members, the rationale for this protocol is that the unruly and disruptive behavior of minority passengers has an adverse impact on the safety of other passengers in the cabin crew. However, the problem is that over time, a significant number of unruly passengers who commit these offenses rarely face prosecution or penalties, as the Tokyo Protocol gave jurisdiction over offenses committed on board aircraft to the state of registration of the aircraft in question. This protocol, which South Africa is a signatory to, seeks to ensure the extension of the jurisdiction over offenses and acts committed on board aircraft to the state of landing and state of the operator. This closes the existing legal gap whereby unruly behavior on board will now be an offense to which will be liable for prosecution. The Montreal Protocol seeks to protect aircraft, persons, and property on board and maintain good order and discipline on board. Thus, the committee report resolved that the Portfolio Committee on Transport, having received a briefing on the 10th of September 2024 and having considered the request for approval by Parliament on the protocol to amend the convention, the amendment of the Convention on Offences of certain other acts committed on board, Montreal Protocol 4th April 2014 referred to it, recommends that the House, in terms of Section 231, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic, 1996, approve the said protocol. I therefore present as a committee and request the approval of this august and honorable House that this protocol has associated benefits for the country in ensuring safety and security in civil aviation and will have the legal basis to take action where there is unruly disruptive behavior on aircraft. I therefore submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
House Chair, I believe it is safe to say that no one will argue that this is unimportant, especially if one has experienced, read about, or seen events involving unruly behavior by passengers in an aircraft 30,000 feet. Despite its obviousness, in retrospect, this agreement amongst member states was adopted as a protocol 10 years ago, committed to by South Africa 6 years ago, and implemented by the majority of other airlines 5 years ago. Ministers Peters, Mosengwanye, Nzimande, and Balula and Shikunga appear to have disregarded this issue till now. Have they simply placed this matter in the bottom drawer of the desk which they've shared for the past 7 years? Or did the department spend so much time administering and planning for operational implementation? Much of this became obvious during our questions and answer session with the department last week. Seeking approval today by this House should after all be about readiness to implement, given the number of years which passed and the undertaking which we agreed to half a decade ago. This approval here today is premature and would simply reconfirm our standing as nothing more than wiping the dust of a seemingly forgotten file. Approval of this agreement would require in-flight security officers. Now, will SAPS deploy the in-flight security officers? Will this fall within civil aviation, given its responsibilities under the Civil Aviation Act? Whose budget is providing for this? How will shifts and personnel schedules impact aviation human resource management? Will AXA play a role in this, either by supplying infrastructure or by managing inbound and outbound logistics? Approval of this agreement would also require clarity of jurisdiction. How will South African citizens be protected by this agreement, particularly when the legislation of the country in whose aircraft you fly, or state to which you fly or land, surpasses our own? citing Section 231 of our Constitution as part of your contribution, Honorable Selamulela, does not imply our citizens are protected. What will South African passengers rely on in this agreement in a foreign airline or nation? Approval of this agreement would also, as a last example, require impartial justice. How, when and where would the right to be heard take effect? Will South African passengers receive and support? And if so, in what form? Are we planning to provide a 24-hour emergency access? How will our embassies in foreign countries be involved? Do we have agreements in place with destination countries that allow South African people to choose where they want to appear, defend, and appeal? It is important to admit before this House that none of these questions could be answered last week in the committee. Also, despite the promise, no questions have been answered in writing over the last week. The tabling of this item here today, in our view, is therefore premature. It requires no approval, yet we are a member state and have committed as a signatory years ago. What it does require is planning towards implementation. In the last 10 years, the department has failed to modify a single piece of aviation or related law to prepare for or accommodate today's request for approval in this House. Rushing to carry out the decision does not guarantee successful implementation. Preparedness does. Surviving the scrutiny of critical details is the key to obtaining trust and confidence. As always, the DA will continue to seek clarity before enactment and accountability after implementation. Lastly, until outstanding answers and plans are in place, House Chair, we strongly recommend that everyone behave during flights. Maybe this was part of the strategy all along, and if so, well done, Minister. Ndiyabulela ngexesha enendi pelona. I thank you. Ek dank u.
Thank you, the MK.
Umuhle kanjani, Minister?
Honorable member, just take your seat for one moment. I've been asked to inform the House that this is in fact your maiden speech, so the ordinary protocols will apply. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. The safety of passengers should never be put at risk due to delinquent behavior of other passengers on board aircraft. The ratification of the Montreal Protocol is important, if not strategic, for South Africa. 22 members of ICAO, which is the International Civil Aviation Organization, an international arm of the United Nations specializing in civil aviation, had already ratified the protocol. For years, South Africa had been a proud member of ICAO Council. We were not representing ourselves, but we were asked and mandated by various African countries to be its voice, taking into account South Africa's own capacity and its state of aviation safety. We're the pride of the continent in this particular regard. But the MK party finds it disheartening, though, that there is underspending on transfers and subsidies which resulted from non-payment of membership fees to international organizations, and that this is on the part of the Department of Transport. This means non-payment to critical bodies like ICAO. So as we support the ratification and that the department should perform this role, it is even unable to pay and perform such simple tasks, and ensuring that we play a leadership role, not only to the African continent, but to many parts of the developing South all over the world. Chair, we've also noted that despite this support, the Department of Transport is The Department of Transport has delayed some of the critical projects on aviation. One of the most important ones is the Single African Air Transport market pilot implementation project. Now, we talk aviation, we talk about creating a single market, yet we do not have the ability as government and the capacity to manage the very same instruments that we are creating. And Chair, I want to say that as much as we support and we want to ratify, as I was part of the discussion in the committee, we received a report that the International Air Travel Association, IATA, reported that over 58,000 offenses have been committed globally, which resulted in this particular amendment. We have requested from the department to share with us the information in terms of South Africa. And I know, Deputy Minister, that between Johannesburg and Cape Town, Ziabuya, because people, when they fly on Friday, most of the reports will come from there. But I want to confirm that MK Party support the ratification by the National Assembly of the Montreal Protocol. Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, the objective of the Montreal Protocol, also known as the Tokyo Convention of 1963, is to protect the safety of the aircraft, passengers, and maintain good order and high discipline on board. The request to amend the Montreal Protocol seeks to give jurisdiction over the law enforcement agencies of the state of origin and state of destination over offenses and acts committed on board aircraft. This was prompted by the rise in the bad and unruly behavior of certain passengers on board aircraft. The need to curb unruly and disruptive behavior and restore discipline was necessitated. We know that we have had incidents of discriminatory practices against people of color. And for that reason, the EFF believes and advocates that in order to avoid misuse of power and harassment of passengers, there must be a set of descriptive rules written on paper that will serve as guidelines to the aircraft commander as to what characterizes someone who is about to commit an aircraft offense. It is a good initiative, but unless there is clarity on certain procedures and rules, if we do not define or clearly stipulate these offenses, we will find ourselves dealing with frivolous legal claims. We support.
Thank you. The IFP.
Honorable Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee on Transport have received a comprehensive briefing on 10 September 2024 regarding the protocol to amend the Convention on Offences and certain other acts committed on board aircraft. Has carefully considered the request for Parliament approval of this imported international agreement. The IFP supports the approval of this protocol, which is vital to ensuring the safety and the security of international air travel by modernizing and enhancing the regulatory framework to address offense committed on board aircraft. The protocol strengthens global cooperations in combating acts that threaten aviation security. This approval will align South Africa with international standards, ensuring we uphold the commitment to maintain a safety and security aviation sectors. The IFP fully endorsed the committee recommendation by House to approve the Montreal Protocol. This is not only a step toward a safer aviation industry, but also a reflection of our nation's responsibility to participate in global effort to protect passengers and a crew of board aircraft. The IFP accepts a report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The PI.
Thank you, House Chairperson. No declarations in support.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Montreal Protocol amends the Convention on Offences and certain other acts committed on board an aircraft done at Tokyo on 14 September 1963, known as the Tokyo Convention of 1963. In short, this protocol expands the grounds of jurisdiction by recognizing, under certain conditions, the competence of a state of landing and the state of an operator to exercise jurisdiction over offences and acts on board an aircraft. The establishment of such jurisdiction over offences is mandatory if the criteria set out in the protocol are met. The protocol extends legal recognition and certain protections to in-flight security officers. It also contains provisions addressing such issues as coordinating among states, due process and fair treatment, and the right to seek recovery under national law. The aim of the convention, protocol, and decisions are that state parties to the protocol will be obliged to establish state of landing jurisdiction over unruly passenger incidents on board flights that land in the territory irrespective of where the aircraft is registered. On 18 October 23, Cabinet approved the ratification of a protocol that is in place to combat unruly and disruptive behavior by some passengers on board aircrafts. Although it is good to have this in place, the question must be asked why now if a protocol expires in 26 and what impact will this have on the constitutional rights of South Africans. The Freedom Front Plus understand that this is extended by all member states and not to South Africa only. Questions also arises of which entity will take the lead to establish the in-flight security officer program and if this will be a requirement that falls on civil aviation operators and if the Department of Transport or its aviation entities take on the responsibility to establish an in-flight security officer program. The Freedom Front Plus welcomes the efforts being made to apprehend such perpetrators who make themselves guilty of unruly and disruptive behavior on board aircrafts, but this again must not be something that is just on paper, but it must actually be enforced on South African airplanes when this occurs. We have seen too many times that perpetrators get away with sort of behavior
Honourable
on South
Member,
African
your
airplanes.
time
Thank
has
you,
now
Chair.
expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Action SA.
No declaration, Chair. We just hope that the consequences will be managed properly and citizens will be protected and that airlines registered in this country comply.
Thank you. ICDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP supports the report, although there are certain concerns regarding implementation, because it is imperative to ensure the safety of passengers and crew on flights. And those of us that have been around for some time will remember the incident in 2012 when a South African Member of Parliament was unruly and threatened to open the door of a South African Airways flight on its way to India. There was an ad hoc committee that was instituted to look into the issue, and he was let off with an apology and he had to repay his S&Ts. But at that stage, South African Airways chose not to lay any charges. Now, that was a very serious incident. And one trusts that now with this protocol being enforced, that far more stringent action would be taken against a person of that standing and any other unruly passenger. But I think Mr. Holsinger is correct when he says maybe this is a warning to us as members of parliament, given that incident in the past, and may it be a deterrent to anyone that wants to interfere on the flights. Section 2312 requires that international agreements that bind the Republic must be passed by both houses. And so, yes, there are concerns about the implementation agency, but we do believe as the ACDP that this is a step in the right direction and may it be a deterrent to any disunruly and unruly passengers. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM. Rise Mzansi.
So we have made our views known in the committee that this is a very important protocol and it will assist because there's a gap. The reason we support is because there's a gap. And we know people get excited, including some that are visiting our country. So whilst we know of incidents of Honorable Montana, of people who take the 8:30 flight from Cape Town to Johannesburg. There are those that are coming from other countries and they misbehave. And then when they get here, we say, no, man, the jurisdiction is not right. So this particular protocol will assist us. But after we have accepted it, the department must implement it. But sometimes we come here, we agree on laws and so forth, but there's no implementation. And then later we are told that people are singing and dancing and trying to open doors. It will not be tolerated. It will not be tolerated. Let's protect other passengers, the attendants and everyone else, and ensure that people enjoy traveling within the country, into the country, and out of the country, visiting other countries. We support it.
Thank you. All of a sudden, I'm very glad that I only traveled to Bloemfontein. Bosa,
We are in support with no declaration.
thank you. The ATM, Al Jamar, the NCC, the PAC, the UAT, good, the ANC.
House Chair, Chief Whip, let's welcome those who see progress and willingly, voluntarily declare that they support. Because in that committee, we deal with the life of the passengers who find themselves up the sky. Now, if we don't deal with this in a simpler manner, people would think that it's about photo shooting. Here, bolela ka batho ba ba tswang malapeng ya bona, ba tsena ka hare ha difofane, mo o tsebala hore ha se ya bo motho. Ya re ba thabile batho, ba iphile malila, ba tsere ka hare ha sefofane, ba tholana le boitshwaro. Ya ba mo ba tsosa o leshata le tshitiso ya tshepetso ya difofane. Seo se dia hore ba ba thoma o namela difofane la mathomo ba thoye sefofane. Ke ka moo re ba o le mathata hore re tshwanetse re ba tshireletse. E re e sa le moo wa ba le ba bangwe ba tswa malapeng ya bona ba lwelele bafumadi ba bona o ba banna ba bona. He ba fitlha ka kwa ba palelwa ke tša malapa, ba ntšhetša kgatelelo ya monano godimo wa sefofane le basebetsi ba difofane. Seo se dia hore basebetsi ba difofane ba beye maphelo a banamedi kotsing. Jale ye mpe be e le hore e ba fitlha ba theua e sedzorama, be ba no e tsamaela o ka ga ona molao. Ka molawana wo re re o da re a fologa monamedi yo a bile o le maitshwaro a mokhou, a kopana le ba molao, ba mo tshwara ba ba mo segisa, a fiwa godo twa dikgweding o ya mengwageng ndo le sisi. Seo se dia hore polokego ya re namela aholo-holo difofane e be tša batho ba se be ba na le letswalo. The ANC support the decision of the Portfolio Committee to approve the protocol to amend the convention offences and certain other acts committed on board aircraft. The ANC support the report by the Portfolio Committee submitted to the National Assembly, which approved the protocol to amend the convention on offences and certain other acts committed on board aircraft, and seek the approval of this House for the ratification of the protocol in terms of the That's all.
thank you. Honorable members, are there any objections to the approval of the protocol to amend the Convention on Offences and certain other acts committed on board aircraft as it appears on the order paper? No objection, the report is accordingly agreed to. The Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Transport on 2023-24 fourth quarter and 2024-25 first quarter expenditure of Department of Transport.
The Honorable Sela Molela will introduce the report.
Chair of the session. Okay. Let's see if you have numbers to reject, my friend. Honorable Chair, thanks very much. Honorable Chair, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Transport, allow me to introduce and present before this August and Honorable House, the National Assembly, the report of the Portfolio Committee on Transport on the 2023-2024 fourth quarter, 2023-2024 financial year fourth quarter, and the 2024-2025 first quarter expenditure. The report on the department's 2023-2024 fourth quarter expenditure and the 2024-25 financial year first quarter expenditure were adopted by the Portfolio Committee on the 10th of September 2024. For the financial year 2023-2024, the budget was at 78.3 billion, and the bulk of the budget was geared towards transfers and subsidies, while the administration program was around 15% of the total budget. And the budget for the 2024-2025 financial year is at about 80.6 billion. The department has improved in terms of its spending, and the underspending is at a marginal and is explained in the report. The first quarter expenditure was within the budget, and programs are expected to perform optimally and within the budget. It is important that there is an accountability framework developed for the transfers and subsidies in order for the department to take corrective measures in times where challenges are experienced. The current methodology, which is what we reflected about as a committee, is that it only allows the national department to arrange challenges post facto after the Auditor-General has audited entities and the province as well as the local government in terms of transfers. Now, Honorable Chair, the other issue that the committee reflected on is the improvement in the civil aviation and the maritime programs that it must occur in this financial year, as the fourth quarter performance indicated some challenges which required to be resolved. It is important that under budgetary constraints and fiscal consolidation that there is qualitative and impactful spending. The department must ensure that it has suitable, qualified, and capable people to fill vacancies, which will ensure that the program and project fulfill key performance areas of the department. The report sought accountability from and oversight over the department, and therefore makes important observation and recommendation, for example, on the fact that the department needs to align its key performance areas with social delivery on the ground, as the working class and the poor must feel and see the improvement in public transport. The filling of important posts and vacancies should not be delayed, as this negatively impacts on performance of the department. A means needs to be found to ensure that cities found wanting in the implementation of the bus rapid transport system should be assisted to implement the BRT rather than taking a negative approach to remove the funding from the cities that are not performing. Road safety remains a major concern as far as too many people are still losing their lives on the road, and this program needs to be implemented with speed. Traffic policy must ensure that motorists comply with road safety on public roads. The performance of the entities must continue to strive to constant improvement and deliver on their core mandate. The public should not be frustrated when we deal with the learner driver test and learner's license as well as driver's licenses. This has to be efficient. There has to be efficient process. Reports are required from the department in terms of this report on recommendation on transport subsidy and intents deployed by the department. Well, the department has made such progress under difficult conditions with the transport sector. This report reflected that there is still much hard work to be done by the department in ensuring efficiency and affordability in transport sector. The committee seeks such progress constantly in that It is what the people of our country expect, which is in line with the principle of providing a better life for all. The report was adopted, Honorable Chair, by the Portfolio Committee, and the committee hopes that the National Assembly, this August House, will also adopt this report and deal with the committee's important observation and recommendation. I so move. Thank you.
You. I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip, the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. May I move that the House, the report is adopted by the House. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declarations of votes will apply. The DA.
Hey, ngiyathokoza Sihlalo. Today we make declarations on the 2023-2024 fourth quarter expenditure report and the 2024-2025 first quarter expenditure report of the National Department of Transport. We note concerningly that the National Department of Transport has consistently underspent on the taxi recapitalization program, mainly as the program is not attractive to taxi owners. It has underperformed for years as it remains preposterous to beneficiaries who continue to drown in debt due to new taxi purchases. Both reports show that the old taxi scrapping program is consistently poorly performing. In both reports, while the department insists that the program is demand-driven and that demand is low, that is simply unacceptable, considering the high number of unroadworthy taxis remaining on our roads. Instead, we witness a lack of political will in addressing this critical issue. The underperformance of this program has been consistent under successive ministers, with further evidence being the 1 billion rand COVID-19 tax relief fund that to date the department has simply fumbled. Long after COVID-19, the taxi relief fund is now extended until 30 November 2024. This is concerning as taxis are means of travel for over 65% of commuters in our country. We note in both reports again a vague reference made to some silver lining in the form of taxi empowerment, which has yet to be brought to the Portfolio Committee on Transport. While vague references are made to the so-called taxi empowerment projects, both reports again seemingly blame the National Treasury for the failed start of the unknown new program. We wonder whether this will solve the underperformance of the old taxi scrapping program, as nothing justifies 28.6 million rands being moved from the old taxi scrapping program to other programs. This is a trend we have witnessed over the years, and nothing seems to have changed. Honorable House Chairperson, another pressing issue in the Department of Transport is the non-filling of funded vacancies. We continue to write speeches with disappointment and pain on the high unemployment rate in our country. Yet, in both reports, the department's under expenditure is attributed to this lame, irritating, and quite frankly, unsatisfactory reason. A clear and simple case of incompetence. It is evident that the National Department of Transport HR department is in shambles. The reasoning that the Department of Public Service and Administration issued a cost containment circular is just a convenient excuse, as this has been the trend in the department over the last 5 years in the 6th Parliament. And there was no circular 49 from the Department of Public Service and Administration then. Even if we were to accept that the DPSA circular 49 had an impact, it is still not justified. Of the 124 funded vacancies, the circular only froze 24 vacancies, meaning that over 100 vacancies could not be filled at the time of the Q1 report being compiled. Yet, young, capable graduates are desperate and depressed because of joblessness. It is totally unacceptable. Honorable House Chairperson, we are encouraged, however, by the Director-General of the Department for implementing consequence management with regards to the non-adherence to the 30 days of settling of invoices for small businesses. This goes a long way to ensure that small businesses are not affected negatively in terms of cash flow management. It is welcome to see that the frustrations we air in the Portfolio Committee are being taken seriously.
We are, however, concerned that the corrective measure is just a letter to Deputy Director Generals, which the report does not specify whether is it a written warning or not, because it just says a letter has been written to them. So we want to understand, is it a written warning? If not, why not? In closing, Honorable House Chairperson, transport is the lifeblood of any thriving economy, a vital link that determines whether people can access opportunities or remain trapped in cycles of poverty. If we are to build a truly resilient and growing economy, this department must get its act together and ensure that we can move and reignite this economy. Ngiyathokoza. Bayethengu inyama. Jola mithi kampong.
Thank you, the MK. Order, honorable members. It's a second speech, but let's keep order.
Thank you, Chair. I think because I'm making so many speeches in one day, maybe I'll also qualify for the 3% increase like the Auditor General. The MK party notes the expenditure report of the Department of Transport for the fourth quarter financial year 2023-24 and the first quarter 2024-2025. Was the expenditure report suggests improved and in some instances increased spending by the department and its entities. A detailed analysis, however, indicates these were not qualitative spending, or they did not translate into improved delivery of transport services on the ground. The MK party is concerned with the delayed implementation of some of the key strategic programs of the Department of Transport, including the Transport Master Plan, which should guide investment in our transport systems to meet future demands. We are concerned about the delayed implementation with regard to the taxi recapitalization program, which forms an integral part of our public transport strategy and ensuring that we facilitate greater access for the majority. I will not repeat what I said about the delays in the aviation space that are currently happening. So the MK party, whilst we note some of the progress that has been made, we want to highlight quite a number of things. One of the areas that we want to bring to the attention of the House is a report which related to the devolution of some of the commuter rail functions. We as Mkhonto Wesizwe Party will not support any devolution of commuter rail function. Like I stated in the portfolio committee this morning, if you close it, if you devolve and you concession in the Western Cape, you'll be forced to close it in the Eastern Cape. If you do that in eThekwini, you will never be able to achieve whip of the majority party to provide services in the south of Durban, of KZN, and the north of Durban. So we are looking with interest on the development and the unveiling of this of the devolution strategy that we're talking about. We know the modus operandi already that we have seen over the past few years, and it's very simple. You plunge public entities and SOEs into crisis, and you come and say that we're fixing that because there was state capture. Now, we will not support that. We have spent over 400 billion rands on transport over the last decade, but there's not much that we can show for as a country. And I think that is something that we need to look at. Finally, Chair, House Chair, the department promised to share with us its private sector participation model. And I think the Deputy Minister spoke about this morning. But we need to make it very clear as Mkhonto Wesizwe. There are areas within that there's this fascination with private sector participation, even where it is not necessary. I think that in commercial areas, in property, there's no problem in there. But in the passenger rail sector, where the volumes will not support private sector, what this simply means that will bring private sector, and then because the operations are not profitable, we ask government to give money to these particular companies. So effectively, we'll be very careful as Mkhonto Wesizwe that we don't have a private sector participation model that seeks to subsidize the rich, that becomes socialism for the rich companies who will not be able to change the transport trajectory. And Chair, I think that The report goes into the detail. We won't go into some of the issues, but we'll support that the House adopts the report with all the concerns that we've raised. I thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
Sorry. The failure of the Department of Transport to fill vacancies has become the norm, and it impacts on service delivery. Of the 124 funded posts for the 2024-2025 first quarter, only 64 posts are in the process of being filled. How does the Transport Department, or any other department for that matter, functions with 60 vacant posts? This is functioning at 50% dysfunctionally rate. The tax recapitalization program was launched in 2006 with the aim to increase road safety by taking the unroadworthy vehicles off the roads. 18 years later, the department has not reached the target that they had set for themselves. Underspending on tax recapitalization programs has become the norm since its inception. The ANC government boasts about having introduced scholar transport, but thousands of school children in the rural areas of KwaZulu-Natal and in the Eastern Cape are still walking long distances to school. The failure of the ANC government to provide a safe, reliable, accessible, and affordable public transport is once again evident, as there are areas where the train system, which is the most affordable and the mover of millions of commuters, is not functioning. Transport for people with disabilities is still not addressed sufficiently, particularly transport for wheelchair users. Railways in the Eastern Cape are still not operational, are vandalized and engulfed with large grass around the stations. Delays in the issuing of driving licenses and the corrupt activities by the traffic officers is a concern. The arrest of corrupt traffic officials in KZN today is not enough. The first step towards curbing increase in corruption is to ensure that these officers get decent salaries. Finally, we encourage the procurement of local goods by all transport entities. The driver license tender given to a French company, as if there is no local capacity, is condemned in the strongest possible terms. The attitude should shift towards boosting the economy, the local economy. We support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Inkatha Freedom Party appreciate the committee's diligent work in providing detailed account on this departmental financial management. Firstly, we would like to acknowledge the effort made by the Department of Transport in managing its budgetary allocations amidst a challenging economic development. We recognize that the transport sector is critical to our national economic infrastructure and development, and importance of a robust oversight in ensuring accountability and effective services delivered within the department. The Department of Transport has both overspent and underspent in certain areas. We strongly encourage the department to consider the committee recommendation and observation to address these issues. The IFP endorsed the request for a departmental to provide detailed report within 1 month of the National Assembly adoption of this report. Mhlonishwa sekela kaNgqongqoshe lo mnyango wakwa transport unyaka nonyaka imali awuspendi ngendlela leyi unyaka nonyaka awukho unyaka selokhu ngaba khona ku-transport okwake kwathiwa nje ikwazile ukuspenda, iya-overspenda noma iya-underspend. Ngicela ukuthi ngaleyo ndlela-ke nithathe iy'nyathelo ukubhekana naleso simo leso. The report should address the costs associated with providing public transport services for persons with disability, with nationally disability rights awareness, both approaching in November. It is important for the department to create tangible resolution to increase access to transport services for persons with disability. I thank you.
Thank you. The PA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We support with no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Dankie voorsitter. Gedurende ons eerste debat oor die departement se begroting wat plaasgevind het op 15 Julie vanjaar, het die VF Plus gesê dat hierdie departement vorendag sal moet kom met 'n plan om hierdie departement om te keer, aangesien hierdie departement en sy entiteite groot probleme in die gesig staar. Wel, ons was in alle opsigte net nie verkeerd geweest nie. Daar is enorme probleme. Probleme soos die onderspandering van die begroting.
Van Staden, net so oomblik asseblief.
Voorsitter, dankie.
Hier's 'n hand in die huis. Ek vermoed dit het met die vertaaldienste te doen. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair. One would really want to hear everything. Can we be assisted with translation, please?
Yes. Can the table staff please alert the translation services? Honorable Van Staden, please continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Probleme soos die onderspandering van die begroting in die spoorvervoer, die padvervoer, die maritieme vervoer en die openbare vervoer sektor. Gevriesde poste en vakante poste is 'n enorme probleem. Outstanding transfer payments to the Road Traffic Infringement Agency was set target in the producing of 2 million driving license cards that reach a target of only 768,000 completed. Under the provincial roads maintenance grant, the target was set for the upgrading of 270 km of roads, of which only 90 km were done. Die feit is dat baie mooi verslae in die komitee voorgelê word, maar dat die realiteit op grondvlak heeltemal die teenoorgestelde prentjie skets. SANRAL, PRASA en AXA wat baie groot onregmatige spanderings in die vorige finansiële jaar ondergaan het, is van die probleme wat dringend opgelos sal moet word. SANRAL het nogal so ewe trots aan die komitee gesê dat hulle die onregmatige spanderings met 50% wil verminder. Die VF Plus het gesê daar mag geen onregmatige spanderings wees nie. Although we are part of a government of national unity, we cannot turn a blind eye on the failures of a department and its entities. We have a responsibility to ask the necessary questions to the Minister, by Director-General and its entities to fulfill our oversight role as members of Parliament and to see to it that the taxpayers' money is spent in a responsible manner. The committee has not only made recommendations to the Minister, but the department must ensure that the committee receive the necessary reports as captured in this report, and this must be provided to the committee within a month after the adoption of this report. Corrective measures to catch up with non-achieved targets should be time-bound, and the department must ensure that the targets and KPIs, as well as the entities linked to the department, will be setting for a new 5-year strategic plan, as well as the annual performance plan for 25-26 are formulated in such a manner that it will show the link thereof to actual service delivery. Die VF Plus ondersteun die verslag. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, Chair. Action SA would like to support the department to ensure that we have affordable, safe public transport. Because one of the major problems is that we have people that work for accommodation and transport and can't improve their lives. The transport is not safe and it's not affordable. It is particularly unsafe for women. When you look at our hubs, the taxi ranks and the taxis themselves, the harassment that women have to go through, we need to be able to make a difference on those issues. The department must also be mindful of the carbon footprint. When you look around Johannesburg, there's a motorbike everywhere, cutting food everywhere. We are not talking about the degradation of the environment. We can easily come up with rules for electric motorcycles because they are on short runs. The other issue is about job creation. Transport nowadays is not just about people, it's also about food. But we are alarmed at the fact that we have a high youth unemployment rate. And those opportunities that exist in transport are not being harnessed for our young people. We need to ensure that those that have been the backbone of transporting people from apartheid dwellings to places of employment, which are the taxi owners, go into a proper subsidy where we do not promote fleet ownership, but we promote small businesses and individual properly subsidized drivers who are trained properly in terms of customer protection, manners on the road, and safety, so that the vehicles can be properly serviced. There are immense opportunities for creativity, and we ask the Transport Department not to do things as we used to. Business unusual, use technology, empower the youth, and make transport safe.
Thank you, honorable member. Your time has now expired. The ACDP.
The ACDP supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM. Rise Mzansi.
You can come speak for me. You know what I'm going to say. So, does the report reflect the conversations that we had and the deliberations we had in the portfolio committee? Yes, it does. Thus, it deserves to be supported. But in our support of the portfolio committee report, there are two issues that as Rise Mzansi want to speak about. One relating to the driver's license. So one of the things that it's a concern to many South Africans is the time it takes from application of a driver's license to when it's issued. The department claims that within 8 days you get your driver's license. But all of us in this room know that we've had the experience. Most of us have got driver's license, and none of us have received the driver's license within 8 days. We have raised the issue around this licensing machine, that in a manner in which the contract is awarded, it's a huge concern to all of us. The second and last issue that we have raised, so when PRASA went down, the department was there. And now the president has given SAA and Transnet to the department. But the agency oversight, Deputy Minister, we know it hasn't been strengthened. And if there's an area of improvement for this department, it's its ability to oversee the entities that report to them. We understand that this is the last quarter of the last administration. From the next quarter, Deputy Minister, it will be on you.
Thank you, Bosa. The ATM, Al Jamar, the NCC, the PAC, the UAT, Good, the ANC.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings. Chair, the ANC supports the report as tabled before the National Assembly of the Portfolio Committee on Transport on 2023-2024 fourth quarter and 2024-2025 first quarter. The department, yes, we appreciate that it has been one of the department that has underspent in its budget, but there has been a steady improvement in the financial performance of the department in the fourth quarter in 2023-2024 financial year. The department had spent approximately 78 billion, which is approximately 99.6% of its budget. And we further noted that underspending occurred in goods and services, as well as procurement in terms of consultants and delay in procurement of tugboats. Expenditure on transfers and subsidies were also low due to late journal entries as we interrogated the report, and also we appreciate the shortcomings in the taxi recapitalization plan and delays in the RTA. Chair, the department also, in terms of the filling of vacancies, we appreciate that it had a number of vacancies that were not filled in time. And we believe that it's very important that vacancies are filled to ensure that it affects its programs and for department to achieve its KPI. However, Chair, the underspending by the department was minimal and a reflection of an improvement of the utilization of budget, as it was just 0.4. And also it further shows in the 2024-2025 that the department is improving, as the budget for the financial year is 80.6 billion and the department has already spent 17.8 billion, which is about 22% of its budget for this financial year in the first quarter. This chair indicates as well a slightly underspending, which is about 0.7% against the projection. However, it gives hope and it shows that the department will most likely spend all its budget. Chair, the rail and road transport budget spent were in line with the projections by the department. This is a reflection of major infrastructure projects and programs on the ground for the benefit of our people. This will enhance inclusive economic growth and transformation. Chair, further, we believe that there is much progress in implementing the rail program as well as well as the performance is notable on the ground, with major rail corridors open, modernization program working through PRASA utilizing new train set. These are locally manufactured set. This progress assists in local economic development and job creation, Chair. And we appreciate that these are not the ones that were not fit for the tracks. As we appreciate that the engineer that would have prepared the spec for those ones was an engineer that would have lied about his qualification. Chair, as I'm about to conclude, Chair, we are seeing a positive progress in the department. However, Chair, we would not want the Department of Transport to behave like like supporters of one team in South African League, that just after one game of winning, it starts to say that it must be given its things. It can no longer play in South Africa. It want to play Real Madrid or Man City. We want department to continue to make positive progress and ensure that it implements its objectives and ensure that it spends all its budget. I just want to note before I sit down that the ultimate objectives of the National Democratic Revolution is creating a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and a prosperous society. It is very important that we know that for our liberation movement, the attainment of these elements and goals will be the mark of the foundation of ensuring that we move towards the national democratic society. Thereof, transportation is critical in advancing the national democratic revolution, driving economic growth, social mobility, and ensuring public participation. Serious. It's very disappointing when members come to the house and start greeting on behalf of some court delinquents and serious offenders. Actually, Chair, I am not surprised that some honorable members make some very distasteful comments around honorable female members. As they say, birds of the same feather flock together. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Honorable Ndlozi?
Please register the utter rejection of the report by the EFF. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other objections? With that objection, the report is accordingly agreed to. Order. Honorable members are requested to stand and wait for the chair and the mace to leave the chamber. This concludes the business for the day and the House is adjourned.